Tonight, we are going to explore a very slow and boring history. This story is designed to help you relax, unwind, and gently fall asleep. So find a comfortable position, close your eyes, and let's begin. In the year 1277, on a winter night in Paris, a man discovered something that would be deliberately forgotten for 700 years. This is not that story. This is the story of what he found and why they made sure you'd never hear about it. Picture a basement hidden beneath cobblestone streets. Candlelight flickers against stone walls slick with moisture. Glass vessels catch the flame, reflecting amber and gold across curved surfaces. Inside those vessels, liquids bubble. Some are clear as water. Others shimmer with colors that shouldn't exist. Deep purples, metallic greens, blues that seem to glow from within. Smoke rises in thin tendrils, carrying the sharp bite of sulfur mixed with something sweeter, almost like burned honey. The air is thick, dense. Every breath tastes of minerals and heat. A figure moves through this chemical twilight, robed in dark wool, hood pulled low, hands stained with residue from a dozen experiments. He's writing. The scratch of quill against parchment cuts through the low hiss of flame and bubble. But he's not writing in French, not even in proper Latin. The words are coded, scrambled, deliberate obscurity on every line. Because what he's recording isn't meant for everyone. It's not meant for anyone, really, except those who already know how to read between the lines. This wasn't superstition. It wasn't some deluded mystic chasing impossible dreams. What happened in that basement and in hundreds of rooms, just like it's scattered across medieval Europe, was something else entirely. Something the church deemed so dangerous that it had to be erased. Not discredited, not argued against, erased. They called these men alchemists, and later generations would be taught to laugh at that word, to associate it with fraud, with foolishness, with desperate men wasting their lives trying to turn lead into gold. But that's not what was happening here. That's not what kept this man working through the night, while the city above him slept. That's not what made his hands shake as he recorded his observations, or why he wrote in code, or why the church would eventually decide that knowledge like his couldn't be allowed to spread. Because in rooms like these, scattered from Paris to Prague, from London to Palermo, men were making discoveries. Real discoveries. They were isolating acids that could dissolve the supposedly incorruptible. They were distilling substances that would change medicine. They were documenting transformations that challenged everything the medieval world believed about matter, about permanence, about the fixed nature of God's creation. And that was the problem. Pull back from that basement. Rise up through the floors above, through the sleeping house, into the cold Paris night. Now spread across the map. There. Another laboratory in a monastery outside Toledo. Another in a merchant's warehouse in Venice. Another hidden in a castle in the German territories. Hundreds of them, all conducting similar experiments, all asking similar questions, all discovering similar truths, all facing the same fate. But before we can understand what was lost, we need to understand what medieval alchemy actually was. The word alchemy was turned into a joke on purpose. Because if you're laughing at something, you won't look closely enough to see what it really was. Say the word today and watch what happens. People smirk. They think of charlatans and cauldrons, of bearded frauds promising to make gold from garbage. The image is so deeply embedded that it's almost impossible to see past it. But that image was constructed deliberately, carefully, over centuries. It's a redefinition so successful that we've forgotten there was ever anything else to define. The word itself tells a different story. Alchemy comes from the Arabic alchemia, but the Arabs didn't invent it. They inherited it from the Greeks, who took it from the Egyptians, who called it chem, the black art, named for the black soil of the Nile Delta, where transformation happened naturally every year when floods receded and crops grew from mud. It meant the art of transformation, not magic, not fraud, transformation. In 1250, calling someone an alchemist was like calling someone a scientist today. It meant they were educated, serious, engaged in systematic investigation of the natural world. Universities taught alchemical principles alongside astronomy and mathematics. Nobles funded alchemical research. The church itself, before it decided this knowledge was too dangerous, had monks conducting alchemical experiments in monastery laboratories. Then something changed. By the Renaissance, the same institutions began rewriting history. Scholars working under church influence started portraying alchemists as fools. The Enlightenment cemented this narrative. Suddenly, all those centuries of systematic investigation became ridiculous. The careful documentation of chemical processes became mystical nonsense. The men who isolated acids became deluded mystics chasing impossible transmutation. But medieval documents that survived the purges tell a different story. They describe three branches of alchemical knowledge. The exoteric branch dealt with symbolic teachings about spiritual transformation. This is what later generations would focus on exclusively, making all of alchemy seem metaphorical. The esoteric branch was practical chemistry, conducted in laboratories, the actual systematic investigation of how matter behaved under different conditions. And then there was the forbidden branch, discoveries that directly challenged church doctrine about the nature of reality, matter, and divine order. That third branch is why the word had to be redefined. Consider what medieval alchemists actually accomplished. They isolated nitric acid and sulfuric acid centuries before these were officially discovered. They created aqua regia, a mixture that could dissolve gold, supposedly the perfect, incorruptible element. They distilled alcohol to proofs high enough for medicinal use, revolutionizing pharmaceutical preparation. They developed metallurgical techniques for refining and alloying metals that wouldn't be formally documented for another 300 years. They created early forms of gunpowder. They systematized extraction methods for medicines. They kept detailed experimental records, noting what worked and what didn't, adjusting their methods based on observed results. This was chemistry. It just wasn't called that yet. The redefinition wasn't accidental. It was strategic. If you can make people laugh at alchemists, they won't investigate what alchemists actually did. If you can associate the word with fraud and failure, no one will ask why so many intelligent, educated people devoted their lives to it. If you can turn alchemy into a punchline, you don't have to explain why the church worked so hard to suppress it, because the truth is uncomfortable. Medieval alchemists were conducting systematic experiments, making real discoveries, and documenting transformations that contradicted official teachings. They were developing a methodology based on observation and verification rather than received authority. They were finding evidence that matter could be manipulated and understood through human effort rather than divine mystery. And that made them dangerous. So if alchemy wasn't about turning lead into gold, what was it actually about? The answer takes us back further than medieval Europe, back to the deserts where it all began. 3 ancient civilizations discovered pieces of the same puzzle. When those pieces finally came together in medieval Europe, the church realized they had a problem. The first thread starts in Alexandria, in the workshops and temples of ancient Egypt. Here, craftsmen who served the pharaohs developed techniques for working with metals that seemed almost magical to outsiders. They could create gold leaf so thin it was translucent. They could alloy copper with tin to produce bronze harder than either metal alone. They could manufacture glass in colors that required precise understanding of how metallic compounds behaved under heat. They could produce dyes that wouldn't fade, cosmetics that wouldn't spoil, and preservatives that kept the dead from decaying. This wasn't magic. It was practical chemistry. But it was guarded like sacred knowledge because that's exactly what it was. Craft secrets passed from master to apprentice, techniques refined over generations, procedures that gave Egyptian civilization its technological edge. They called it chem, the black art, and they wrote it down in ways that looked like religious ritual to protect it from foreign eyes. The second thread comes from Greece, from the philosophers who asked different questions. Empedocles proposed that all matter consisted of 4 elements: earth, water, air, and fire. Aristotle refined this into a complete theory of matter and transformation. These weren't chemists conducting experiments. They were theorists building frameworks for understanding reality. But their frameworks provided something the Egyptian craftsmen lacked: systematic ways of thinking about why transformations happened, not just how to make them happen. Greek philosophy gave structure to Egyptian practice. The third thread emerged from the Islamic Golden Age in the libraries and laboratories of Baghdad during the 8th and 9th centuries. Here, scholars like Jabir ibn Hayyan took the Egyptian techniques and Greek theories and added something new: experimental methodology. Jabir didn't just inherit procedures. He tested them, varied them, documented the results. He isolated substances and studied their properties. He created classification systems. He wrote hundreds of treatises describing chemical processes in detail precise enough that others could reproduce them. This was science, not philosophy, not craft tradition. Systematic investigation based on observation, experimentation, and verification. For centuries, these 3 threads remained separate. Egyptian techniques stayed in Egypt, though some spread through trade. Greek philosophy circulated in the Mediterranean. Islamic science flourished in Baghdad and spread through the Muslim world. But in medieval Spain and Sicily, something extraordinary happened. These regions sat at the intersection of Christian, Islamic, and Jewish civilizations. And in cities like Toledo, scholars from all 3 traditions began working together. translation schools emerged. Muslim texts were rendered into Latin. Jewish scholars who knew both Arabic and European languages served as bridges. Christian monks copied manuscripts that described chemical procedures developed in Baghdad, based on theories from Athens applied to techniques from Alexandria. It was deliberate intellectual transmission, not random cultural diffusion. Knowledge was being carefully, systematically transferred into European hands. By the 13th century, all three threads had woven together in the monasteries and universities of Europe. Practical techniques from Egypt, theoretical frameworks from Greece, experimental methodology from the Islamic world. Combined, they created something medieval Europe had never encountered before. A systematic approach to understanding the material world that didn't require divine revelation, didn't depend on ancient authority, and could be verified by anyone willing to conduct the experiments. Egypt had given the how. Greece had given the why. The Islamic Golden Age had given the method. Together, they formed a complete system for investigating nature through observation and experiment. The medieval church had spent centuries building its authority on the premise that truth came from scripture and tradition, interpreted by ordained clergy. Knowledge flowed downward from divine revelation through church hierarchy to the masses. But alchemy proposed something radically different, that truth about the natural world could be discovered upward, from observation to understanding, by anyone with the equipment and patience to conduct systematic experiments. That wasn't just a different approach to chemistry. It was a different approach to truth itself. And when that knowledge reached critical mass in medieval Europe, when enough alchemists were working in enough laboratories, making enough discoveries that challenged enough official doctrines, the church had to make a choice. They chose suppression. But knowledge doesn't spread without people to carry it. And the men who brought alchemy to Europe were not who you'd expect. The church's first alchemists were its own priests. And for a while, that wasn't a problem at all. Consider the paradox. Men who had taken vows of obedience, who had sworn their lives to God and church, who lived by rules that governed every hour of every day. These were the men conducting experiments that would eventually be condemned as heretical. Not in secret at first, not in shame, but openly in monastery laboratories with the full knowledge of their abbots and sometimes their bishops. Roger Bacon was a Franciscan friar. He took his vows seriously, lived in poverty, dedicated his life to prayer and contemplation. He was also one of the most systematic experimental scientists of the 13th century. He wrote treatises on optics, on mathematics, on the importance of experimental verification over received authority. He argued that observation should correct ancient texts when they contradicted what could be seen and measured. He described chemical processes in detail, precise enough to reproduce. He advocated for a complete reformation of how knowledge was acquired and validated. His own order imprisoned him for it. Decades in confinement, his books banned, his ideas suppressed. But not because he'd abandoned his faith, because he'd followed it too far in a direction the church couldn't control. Albertus Magnus was a Dominican, a teacher, eventually a bishop. He taught Thomas Aquinas, one of the church's greatest theologians, and he practiced alchemy. Not as a hobby, not in secret. He wrote about it, lectured on it, defended it as legitimate natural philosophy. He maintained that understanding how God's creation worked was a form of worship, that investigating the properties of matter was investigating the mind of the Creator. The Church made him a saint, but centuries later, quietly removed most references to his alchemical work from official biographies. These weren't isolated cases. In monastery after monastery across medieval Europe, monks were conducting alchemical experiments. The reasons were practical and philosophical both. Monasteries had libraries where translated Arabic texts could be studied. They had scriptoriums where manuscripts could be copied and preserved. They had infirmaries that needed medicines, and alchemical distillation produced better medicines than traditional herbal preparations. They had the privacy and resources for long-term experimentation. But more than that, they had justification, a theological framework that made alchemy not just permissible, but virtuous. If God created the world, then understanding that creation was understanding God's work. If materials transformed under certain conditions, those transformations revealed divine principles. If base matter could be purified and perfected, that process mirrored the soul's purification and perfection through grace. Transmutation wasn't greed. It was theology made tangible. So monks distilled alcohol for medicines. They created pigments for illuminated manuscripts, experimenting with metallic compounds to produce colors that wouldn't fade. They refined techniques for making ink, for preserving parchment, for all the practical needs of maintaining a medieval monastery. And in the process, they documented chemical reactions, noted which substances combined and which repelled, observed transformations that raised uncomfortable questions about the supposedly fixed nature of matter. Some went further. In abbey basements, behind locked doors, certain monks conducted experiments that had nothing to do with practical necessity. They were testing theories, attempting transmutations. Not to get rich. They'd taken vows of poverty, but to prove that matter could be perfected through understanding and technique. To demonstrate that human knowledge, properly applied, could accomplish what seemed impossible. They wrote their findings in Latin, often in code. Not to hide from the church. They were the church. But to protect knowledge they considered precious. Sacred, even. These weren't secrets kept from authority. They were mysteries reserved for those deemed worthy of understanding them. The irony is almost painful to contemplate. The very institutions that would later declare alchemy demonic were, for centuries, its primary laboratories. The men who would be condemned as frauds and heretics were, initially, respected scholars working within church structures. The knowledge that would be suppressed was first developed and preserved by people utterly committed to religious life. What changed wasn't the experiments. What changed was the church's realization of where those experiments led, what they implied, what they threatened. But monks weren't the only ones drawn to these experiments. In fact, some of Europe's most powerful rulers were secretly funding alchemical research. While the church preached that alchemy was devil's work, kings were quietly hiring alchemists to save their kingdoms. The same men condemning it in public were funding it in private. Medieval monarchs had a problem, a chronic, desperate problem that threatened their power more directly than any foreign army. They were running out of money, not figuratively, literally running out of precious metal to mint into coins, to pay soldiers, to maintain the appearance of wealth that kept nobles loyal and enemies cautious. Warfare consumed gold and silver faster than mines could produce it. The 100 Years' War alone drained treasuries across Europe. Armies needed payment, and they needed it in coin. Mercenaries wouldn't accept promises. Knights expected their due. And when the coffers ran empty, kingdoms fractured. King Edward III of England understood this intimately. By the 1330s, his military campaigns had depleted the royal treasury to dangerous levels. He needed gold, needed it desperately enough to do something officially forbidden. He employed alchemists, brought them to court under other titles. Metallurgical advisors, mint consultants, natural philosophers, gave them laboratories, resources, protection, and instructions. Make gold, or find ways to stretch what little we have. The contracts survive. Hidden in archives, written in careful language that avoided the word alchemy, but made the expectations clear. Payment for services rendered in the transformation of base metals. Promises of reward upon successful demonstration of the art. And always the implicit threat, failure wouldn't be forgiven. Edward wasn't alone. Holy Roman Emperor Rudolph II went further. He created an entire alchemical court in Prague, advertising across Europe for practitioners. The best alchemists of the late 16th century gathered there. John Dee from England, Edward Kelly, dozens of others. Rudolph spent fortunes equipping laboratories, funding experiments, protecting his alchemists from church interference. His court became the center of European alchemical research. He died in debt, his treasury exhausted. But not because alchemy failed, because he kept funding it. French kings played the same game, though with more discretion. Louis XIV employed alchemists while his bishops condemned the practice from pulpits. The correspondence exists. Coded letters discussing philosophical work and the great art. Financial records showing payments to men whose official positions didn't match their actual duties. Laboratories disguised as wine cellars. Equipment hidden in royal hunting lodges. An entire shadow economy of alchemical research funded by the crown, while the church preached against it. The hypocrisy was breathtaking, but the desperation was real. Here's what makes it fascinating. The alchemists largely failed at their stated goal. Transmutation remained elusive. The gold they promised didn't materialize, or when it did, couldn't be produced in quantities that mattered. Kings spent fortunes pursuing an impossible dream, but they got something else, something more valuable than they realized. Royal alchemists developed improved metallurgy for weapons and armor. They created better techniques for assaying gold and silver, which helped prevent fraud, and ensured coins contained the precious metal content they claimed. They discovered methods for purifying existing gold supplies, recovering metal from ores previously considered worthless. They developed alloys that could stretch precious metal supplies, mixing gold with other metals in ways that maintained appearance and function, while reducing the actual gold content needed. They advanced mining technology, smelting techniques, metal refining processes. They were government-funded research laboratories, and while they failed at transmutation, they succeeded at practical metallurgy that had real economic value. The kings knew this. The smarter ones, anyway. They hired alchemists publicly hoping for gold, privately benefiting from improved technology. The transmutation promise was almost a cover story for more mundane but more achievable metallurgical research. But it had to stay secret. If the public knew the crown was funding alchemy, the church would intervene. If other kingdoms knew you were attempting transmutation, they'd try to steal your alchemists. If your own alchemists knew you didn't really believe they'd succeed, they might stop trying and stop producing those useful metallurgical innovations. So the charade continued. Public condemnation, private patronage. Kings attending sermons against alchemy on Sunday, meeting with alchemists on Monday. Bishops denouncing transmutation as demonic fraud, while royal laboratories in the same city worked through the night attempting exactly that. The letters between monarchs reveal the anxiety. Coded language asking if the philosophical work proceeds well. Warnings about spies trying to infiltrate laboratories. Recommendations of alchemists who'd produced promising results, which usually meant improved assaying methods or better alloy formulas, not actual gold. And always the understanding that failure could mean execution. Royal patronage protected alchemists from the church, but not from the crown's disappointment. Men who promised gold and delivered only better bronze didn't live long. This created a strange, high-stakes environment. Alchemists working for kings couldn't admit transmutation was impossible. They'd lose funding and possibly their heads. But they couldn't fake success either. Kings could test gold. So they walked a careful line, producing real metallurgical advances, while keeping alive the hope that transmutation might still be achieved. The irony. In protecting alchemists from church persecution, kings enabled research that would eventually validate some of alchemy's core insights about matter and transformation, even as transmutation itself remained beyond reach. But there was a third group practicing alchemy, one that operated completely outside both church and crown. And they're the ones who made the discoveries that really mattered. The most successful alchemists in medieval Europe never called themselves alchemists. They called themselves glassmakers and dyers. And they're the reason we actually have evidence of what alchemy could do. While monks conducted experiments in monastery basements and kings funded laboratories in royal courts, a third group was practicing alchemy so successfully that their work survived into the modern era, not as philosophy, not as failed transmutation attempts, but as functional technology that actually worked. The craftsmen's guilds, guilds of metalworkers, glassmakers, dyers, apothecaries, and other artisans, didn't call what they did alchemy. They called it their trade, their craft, their secret. But the knowledge was identical. They were manipulating materials through heat, combining substances to create new properties, distilling and purifying and transforming matter in ways that required understanding chemical principles. They just weren't interested in gold. Venetian glassmakers created colors that stunned Europe. Deep blues achieved through cobalt compounds, brilliant reds from gold chloride, emerald greens from copper. They understood that metallic elements produced specific colors when incorporated into glass at specific temperatures. They could control those temperatures precisely, managing furnace heat to within narrow ranges that determined whether glass would be clear or colored, brittle or strong. This was chemistry, advanced chemistry. They were working with metallic compounds, understanding oxidation states, manipulating molecular structures through controlled heating. They just called it glassmaking, and they protected it ferociously. Guild regulations forbade teaching outsiders. Master glassmakers taught apprentices through years of hands-on work, demonstrating techniques without explaining the principles. The knowledge was oral, experiential, guarded. When Venetian glassmakers did write things down, they used symbolic language that looked mystical, but was actually coded chemistry. The red dragon meant a specific copper compound. The moon's tears meant silver nitrate. The sun's blood meant gold chloride. Same coding system alchemists used, because it was the same knowledge. Textile dyers conducted equally sophisticated chemistry. Fixing colors to fabric required understanding how different substances interacted. Mordants, compounds that helped dyes bond to fibers, had to be chosen based on the dye being used and the fabric being colored. Dyers knew that alum worked for certain dyes, iron for others, tin for others still. They understood that heating sequences mattered, that some dyes required acidic conditions, while others needed alkaline, that certain combinations produced colors neither component would create alone. They were conducting complex chemistry they called craft secrets, passed from master to apprentice, protected by guild regulations, never fully written down. When philosophical alchemy was suppressed, guild alchemy continued untouched, because no one recognized it as alchemy. It was just craftwork, traditional trades. Nothing suspicious about a glassmaker experimenting with new color formulas, or a dyer testing new mordant combinations. Metallurgists working for guilds developed alloys through systematic experimentation. They knew that adding tin to copper produced bronze, but the proportions mattered. Too much tin made it brittle. Too little left it too soft. They documented ratios, recorded heating times, noted which combinations produced the best tools, the finest armor, the most resonant bells. They were conducting materials science, systematic variation of components and conditions, documentation of results, refinement of techniques based on observed outcomes. The scientific method applied to practical problems. Apothecaries distilled medicines using the same equipment and techniques monks used in monastery laboratories. Alembics for separating alcohol from fermented substances, retorts for heating and condensing, methods for extracting active compounds from plants into alcohol or oil. They created tinctures, elixirs, compounds that genuinely worked as medicines because they concentrated the pharmacologically active components. This was pharmaceutical chemistry, but it was legal because apothecaries were providing a service everyone needed. The church couldn't condemn making medicine, even when the methods were identical to alchemical distillation. The crucial insight: guild alchemists succeeded where philosophical alchemists failed because they weren't chasing transmutation. They had practical goals: better glass, brighter dyes, stronger metals, more effective medicines. They experimented to solve specific problems. When something worked, they kept using it. When it failed, they tried something else. This produced real knowledge. Documented, reproducible, verifiable knowledge about how materials behaved under different conditions. And when the church suppressed philosophical alchemy, this practical knowledge survived, hidden in guild traditions, encoded in symbolic language, transmitted through apprenticeship. Centuries later, when chemistry emerged as an accepted science, it drew heavily on this preserved guild knowledge. The techniques Venetian glassmakers used, the dyes textile workers had perfected, the alloy formulas metallurgists had refined, the distillation methods apothecaries had systematized. All of it flowed into early chemistry because the knowledge had never actually disappeared. It had just been practicing under a different name. These three groups, monks, kings, and craftsmen, were all conducting alchemical experiments across medieval Europe. But what were they actually doing in those laboratories? When archaeologists analyze residue in medieval glass vessels, they find evidence of chemical reactions that weren't supposed to be discovered until 400 years later. The equipment survives. Not all of it. Not even most of it. But enough. In museum collections across Europe, in archaeological sites, in monastery cellars that haven't been disturbed for centuries, the tools of medieval alchemy remain. And they tell a story that contradicts everything we've been taught about medieval science. Glass alembics with long, curved necks, designed for distillation. Retorts with bulbous bodies and angled spouts. Crucibles made from ceramic that could withstand extreme heat, still stained with metallic residues. Furnaces built with multiple chambers, each maintaining different temperature zones. Copper vessels showing evidence of corrosion patterns that only occur with specific chemical exposures. Bronze equipment with traces of substances that shouldn't have been isolated in the medieval period. Modern chemical analysis makes the truth undeniable. Scrape residue from the inside of a 13th century glass vessel and test it. You'll find compounds that match nitric acid preparation, mercury amalgams, sulfur-based preparations, metal salts dissolved in acidic solutions, plant alkaloids extracted and concentrated. The chemical signatures are clear, specific, unmistakable. These weren't decorative objects. They were working laboratory equipment used for systematic chemical processing. Manuscript illustrations show how it all fit together. The furnace at the center, not a simple fire pit, but a carefully designed structure with different heating zones. The main chamber where temperatures could reach extreme heat, side chambers for gentler warming, ventilation channels that drew smoke away while maintaining consistent heat. Medieval alchemists understood temperature control mattered. Different reactions required different heat levels, and their furnaces could provide them. Glassware arranged in sequences. One vessel heated over flame, its vapors rising into a second vessel where they condensed, dripping into a third vessel for collection. Distillation systems that could separate substances based on different boiling points. The same principle modern chemistry uses. The same equipment, really. Retorts and alembics from the 13th century look remarkably similar to those used in 18th century chemistry labs. Weighing scales accurate to fractions of a gram. Grinding equipment, mortars and pestles, some stone, some metal, for preparing minerals and plant materials. Storage vessels made from materials resistant to corrosion, carefully sealed, often labeled with symbols indicating content. Dangerous substances required safe storage. Alchemists knew this. Their equipment reflects that knowledge. The sophistication is undeniable. This wasn't primitive trial and error. Laboratory setups followed logical organization. Heat sources positioned for optimal use. Ventilation arranged to protect the practitioner. Equipment scaled appropriately for the procedures being conducted. Everything purposeful. Everything designed. Safety measures are evident too. Furnace arrangements included chimney systems that vented dangerous fumes outside. Thick leather gloves survive in some collections, stained with chemical residue. Aprons made from treated fabric resistant to acid splashes. Knowledge about which substances couldn't be stored together, which combinations produced dangerous reactions, which vapors required ventilation. Alchemists weren't reckless. They were careful, methodical. They understood that chemistry was dangerous work requiring precautions. Walk through a reconstructed medieval alchemical laboratory, and the impression is unmistakable. This would be recognizable to an 18th century chemist, maybe even to a modern chemist working with basic equipment. The principles haven't changed. Heat sources, distillation apparatus, separation techniques, careful measurement, proper storage. The fundamentals of practical chemistry were already established. What's missing from modern labs? The symbolic decorations, the astrological charts, the mystical imagery. Strip those away, and what remains is functional chemistry equipment arranged for systematic experimentation. The tools tell the truth that later histories tried to obscure. Medieval alchemy wasn't mystical nonsense. It was practical chemistry, conducted with sophisticated equipment by people who understood what they were doing. But tools are useless without knowledge of how to use them. And the knowledge medieval alchemists possessed came from books that were dangerous to own. There were books in medieval Europe that you could read in secret, or you could own publicly. But not both. These books didn't contain spells or curses. They contained procedures, and procedures were more dangerous than magic. The Emerald Tablet was short, fewer than a dozen lines in most versions. Attributed to Hermes Trismegistus, a legendary figure blending the Greek god Hermes with the Egyptian god Thoth. It was considered foundational to alchemical philosophy. The text was cryptic, almost poetic. As above, so below. The father is the sun, the mother the moon. Lines that could be interpreted 1,000 different ways. Alchemists spent lifetimes trying to decode it, not because it was mystical nonsense, but because they believed it contained encoded procedures. Symbolic language protecting actual chemical knowledge. Some succeeded in extracting meaning. Others got lost in interpretation. But possessing a copy marked you as someone interested in transformation, in perfection, in understanding principles the Church preferred remained mysterious. The book of the composition of alchemy, attributed to Morianus, was more explicit. One of the earliest Latin alchemy texts, translated from Arabic in the 12th century, it described practical procedures, how to prepare certain substances, which materials to combine, what to expect during heating. The language was still symbolic. The white stone and the red stone, the green lion. But readers who understood the code could extract actual chemical instructions. Owning it was risky. The text came from Islamic sources. That alone made it suspicious in a Europe engaged in crusades against Muslim territories. But more than that, it advocated experimentation, trying things, observing results, adjusting methods based on what you saw rather than what authority claimed should happen. Works by Jabir ibn Hayyan, known in Latin as Geber, were even more dangerous. Hundreds of treatises, translated from Arabic, containing detailed chemical procedures. How to distill acids, how to prepare mercury, how to classify substances based on their properties and behaviors. This wasn't philosophy. These were laboratory manuals, step-by-step instructions that could be followed and verified. The church tolerated them for a while, then didn't. Copies disappeared from university libraries. Private collections were seized. Owning Geber's works could trigger inquisitorial investigation. Roger Bacon's Opus Majus was dangerous for different reasons. Bacon was a Franciscan friar, educated, respected initially. His great work advocated for experimental science as the path to knowledge. He argued that observation and testing should verify or disprove what ancient authorities claimed. He described optical experiments, astronomical observations, chemical procedures. He suggested that direct investigation of nature could correct errors in scripture interpretation. That last part got him imprisoned, by his own order, for years. But his manuscripts circulated anyway. Students copied them secretly. Private libraries maintained banned works. An underground network of book traders moved forbidden texts between universities, between courts, between scholars willing to risk possessing them. Anonymous manuscripts were perhaps most common. No named author. Often no title, just procedures and observations, copied and recopied, passed from master to student. Some were clearly practical. Recipes for medicines, instructions for preparing materials, metallurgical techniques. Others were more theoretical, discussing the nature of transformation, the principles underlying chemical change. The dangerous ones weren't hard to identify. They shared certain characteristics. They advocated direct experimentation over received authority. They suggested humans could manipulate and perfect matter through understanding and technique. Abilities supposedly reserved for God. They contained knowledge derived from Islamic sources in a Europe that associated Islam with religious enemies. They implied that natural processes operated according to discoverable laws that could be understood and controlled through human reason, without need for divine revelation. That last implication was most threatening. If nature's secrets could be unlocked through systematic investigation, what did that say about the Church's role as sole interpreter of truth? Texts were copied in monasteries, ironically. Monks in scriptoriums created illuminated versions, adding symbolic imagery to margins. Dragons and lions, suns and moons, elaborate allegorical illustrations. This decoration served dual purpose. It made the manuscripts beautiful, worthy of preservation, and it made them defensible. If questioned, symbolic language could be presented as spiritual allegory about the soul's transformation, not literal chemical procedures. Students hand-copied texts from their masters, creating personal libraries. These copies were cruder, focused on content over beauty, margins filled with notes, annotations, clarifications. This means saltpeter. The red lion is gold. Heat until the color changes from green to blue, the code being decoded by those who needed to use it. Networks emerged. Book traders who specialized in forbidden texts. They'd arrive at a university town, quietly spread word they had certain manuscripts available. Transactions happened in private. Money changed hands. The manuscript disappeared into a scholar's personal collection, to be read behind locked doors, copied if deemed valuable enough, then hidden again. Some coded their text deliberately. Not mysticism, protection. If authorities found your book, obscure symbolic language gave you options. I was studying spiritual transformation, not chemical procedures. See, it's all allegory about the soul's purification. Clear, explicit chemical instructions offered no such defense. The penalties were real. Records survive of scholars punished for possessing alchemical texts. Fines, confiscation of libraries, expulsion from universities. In extreme cases, worse. The Inquisition took interest in what people read. Certain books on your shelf could trigger investigation into your beliefs, your practices, your orthodoxy. And yet the texts survived. Copied despite danger. Hidden but preserved. Passed down through generations of scholars who believed the knowledge was worth the risk. Because these books contained something genuinely valuable. Not spells, not supernatural secrets, but systematic observations about how the material world actually worked, procedures that could be tested and verified, knowledge that challenged official doctrines not through argument but through demonstration. You could debate theology with the church and possibly survive. But if you owned a book that described how to create substances that dissolved gold, supposedly the perfect, incorruptible element, you possessed evidence that official teachings about matter's fixed nature might be wrong. Evidence was more dangerous than opinion. Procedures were more threatening than philosophy. These books described procedures. So what exactly were these alchemists trying to make? When an alchemist wrote, "Take the green lion and dissolve it in aqua fortis," he wasn't speaking in riddles. He was telling you exactly how to make nitric acid. You just needed to know the code. The experiments were specific, documented, reproducible. Medieval alchemists kept notebooks, detailed records of what they did, what they observed, what worked, and what failed. These weren't vague, mystical musings. They were laboratory journals. Distillation was fundamental. Take fermented wine or beer. Heat it in a retort. Collect the vapors as they condense in a cooled vessel. The liquid that collects is stronger, more concentrated. Heat it again. Collect the distillate. Repeat. Each cycle increases the alcohol content. They were conducting fractional distillation, separating substances based on different boiling points. The principle is identical to what modern distilleries use. Medieval alchemists discovered that temperature mattered. Heat wine gently, and you get one distillate. Heat it more aggressively, and different substances come over. They noted these differences, documented the temperatures, not with thermometers, which didn't exist yet, but by observing flame color, by how the glass glowed, by experiential markers that came from repeated practice. The alcohol they produced wasn't for drinking. It was aqua vitae, water of life, used primarily as a solvent for medicines. But the process itself was chemistry, systematic separation of components based on physical properties. Acid preparation was more complex. Start with nitra, saltpeter, potassium nitrate. Grind it fine. Mix it with vitriol, what we call sulfuric acid, which they obtained from heating green vitriol, iron sulfate. Heat this mixture carefully in a glass retort. Collect the vapors. What condenses is aqua fortis, strong water, nitric acid. The manuscripts describe it in symbolic language. Take the dragon's blood and the water of the moon. But the procedures underneath the symbols are clear. Specific proportions, heating instructions, safety warnings about the vapors, descriptions of what the acid looks like, how it behaves, what it can dissolve. Silver dissolves in aqua fortis. The alchemists knew this, documented it, used it for separating silver from gold in mixed metals. The acid would dissolve silver, but leave gold untouched. A practical application of chemistry for assaying and refining precious metals. But they went further. Mix aqua fortis with muriatic acid, hydrochloric acid, which they made from salt and vitriol. This combination creates aqua regia, royal water. And aqua regia dissolves gold. Think about what that meant. Gold was supposed to be perfect, incorruptible, the element that couldn't be broken down or destroyed. Church-approved Aristotelian philosophy depended on gold's immutability as evidence of divine order. Then alchemists discovered a substance that made gold disappear into solution. The implications were enormous. If gold could be dissolved, it wasn't immutable. If the perfect element could be broken down, the entire philosophical framework linking material perfection to divine order was questionable. They documented this carefully. Exactly how to prepare aqua regia, what ratio of acids worked best, how the gold dissolved. First turning the solution yellow, then darker as more dissolved. They tested whether the dissolved gold could be recovered. It could. Precipitate it back out using other substances. The gold returned, proving it hadn't been destroyed, just transformed into a different state. This was careful experimental work, not wild speculation. Systematic observation of chemical reactions. Mercury preparation was another focus. Heat cinnabar, a red mineral, mercury sulfide, in a retort. As it heats, silver liquid begins to condense in the collection vessel. Quicksilver, elemental mercury. They observed it, documented it, theorized about what it meant. Mercury was strange, a metal that flowed like water. impossibly dense. It dissolved other metals, forming amalgams. Gold placed in mercury would seem to vanish, absorbed into the quicksilver, then could be recovered by heating the amalgam. The mercury would evaporate, leaving gold behind. This behavior suggested to alchemists that mercury might be a primal substance, a component of other metals. If you could get the mercury in just the right state, combine it with just the right sulfur, perhaps you could create gold. The theory was wrong, but it was based on careful observation of actual chemical behavior. Metal purification techniques developed through similar experimentation. Cupellation, heating impure gold or silver with lead in a porous vessel. The lead oxidizes, absorbing base metal impurities, and soaks into the porous cupel. Pure gold or silver remains. This process is still used in metallurgy. Medieval alchemists developed it, refined it, documented the precise procedures. Pharmaceutical preparations occupied much alchemical effort, distilling plant essences into concentrated forms, creating tinctures by dissolving herbal materials in alcohol, compounding medicines that combined multiple ingredients in specific proportions. These preparations were genuinely medicinal because the distillation process concentrated active compounds. An alchemist preparing medicine would record which plants, harvested when, prepared how, distilled at what temperature, combined in what sequence. Success and failure were noted. If a preparation worked reliably, the procedure was preserved. If it failed, the alchemist tried variations, adjusting variables systematically to identify what mattered. This was experimental method. Hypothesis, test, observe, adjust, repeat. Gunpowder development followed similar patterns. The basic formula, sulfur, charcoal, saltpeter, came from China. But European alchemists refined it through systematic experimentation. Different ratios produced different effects. Finer grinding increased power. Moisture content mattered. Storage methods affected reliability. Notebooks documented these variations. 75 parts saltpeter, 15 charcoal, 10 sulfur. Burns fast but weak explosion. Same ratio, finer grinding, stronger effect. Moistened mixture, then dried. More stable storage. Trial and error. Yes, but systematic trial and error. Each test informed the next. Consider one specific experiment, documented in detail. Preparing aqua fortis. The alchemist sets up his apparatus, a glass retort containing the mixture of nitra and vitriol. The retort positioned over a furnace. A receiving flask connected to the retort's neck to collect distillate. Everything sealed carefully. He begins heating. Gradually. Too fast and the glass might crack. He watches the mixture. As temperature rises, it begins to bubble. Vapors rise into the retort's neck. The alchemist notes the color. Reddish-brown fumes. The smell is sharp, choking. He's learned to avoid breathing it directly. The vapors condense in the receiving flask. Clear at first, then slightly yellow. He continues heating, watching temperature by the flame's color. by how the glass responds. The distillation continues for hours, slow, patient. Chemistry cannot be rushed. When finished, he has aqua fortis. He tests it. A small piece of silver dropped into a sample. The silver dissolves with violent fizzing. Gas bubbles off. The solution turns blue-green from dissolved silver. The acid works. He records everything. The ratio of starting materials, the heating time, the color and smell of vapors, the yield of acid, the test results. Next time, he might adjust proportions, try different heating rates, see if he can improve the process. This is science. Not the science of formal theories and mathematical laws. That would come later. But science as systematic investigation. Observation, documentation, variation, refinement. Medieval alchemists were doing chemistry. Real chemistry. And their experiments produced results. Real, measurable, reproducible results. And some of those results changed the world. But not in the ways you'd expect. Medieval alchemists created medicines that actually worked, and that was more dangerous than if they'd failed completely. The pursuit started innocently enough. Alchemists believed that wine contained a spirit, an essence that could be separated from the earthly liquid that carried it. Distill wine repeatedly, and you could isolate this quintessence, this pure spiritual substance. They called it aqua vitae, water of life. What they actually created was soy-proof alcohol. Ethanol concentrated far beyond what natural fermentation could achieve. And almost immediately, they discovered it had properties that revolutionized medicine. Alcohol dissolved things water couldn't touch. Plant medicines that barely worked when prepared as teas became potent when extracted into alcohol. The alcohol pulled out compounds, alkaloids, resins, volatile oils that contained the actual medicinal effects. A tincture made from the same herb that produced a weak tea could be dramatically more effective because the alcohol had concentrated the active ingredients. More than that, alcohol preserved. A water-based herbal preparation would spoil within days. An alcohol-based tincture lasted indefinitely. This meant medicines could be prepared in advance, stored, transported. A monastery infirmary could maintain a pharmacy of ready treatments. A traveling physician could carry effective remedies. The sick could receive standardized doses of medicines whose potency didn't degrade over time. Arnold of Villanova, working in the 13th century, wrote extensively about distilled medicines. He documented specific preparations, exact procedures for extracting different herbs into alcohol. His texts describe compound medicines, multiple herbs extracted together, their effects combining synergistically in ways single herb preparations didn't achieve. He tested dosages, noted which concentrations worked for which ailments, recorded side effects and contraindications. This was pharmaceutical science, systematic development of medicines based on observed clinical effects. John of Rupascissa took it further. He believed that through repeated distillation and careful preparation, he could create quintessences, medicines so purified and concentrated they represented the perfected essence of healing. His preparations required weeks of work, careful extraction, multiple distillations, precise combination of ingredients. The medicines he created were expensive, reserved for wealthy patrons who could afford such elaborate treatments. But they worked. Modern chemical analysis of traditional formulas prepared by his methods shows genuine pharmaceutical activity. The compounds he concentrated were the same active ingredients modern medicine isolates and synthesizes. Anonymous practitioners, less famous but perhaps more important, operated the medieval equivalent of pharmacies. Apothecary alchemists who distilled medicines for their communities. They prepared tinctures for pain, for fever, for digestive complaints. They created salves and ointments using alchemically prepared ingredients. They compounded preparations according to formulas passed down through generations of practitioners. Formulas that had been refined through centuries of trial and observation. These medicines saved lives. Not metaphorically, actually saved people who would have died without treatment. Infections that might have turned fatal were treated with antiseptic alcohol preparations. Pain that would have been unbearable was managed with opiate tinctures prepared at effective concentrations. Digestive disorders were addressed with herbal extracts that genuinely aided digestion. Fevers were reduced with medicines whose active compounds modern science has confirmed. The alchemists understood solubility in ways that prefigured modern pharmaceutical chemistry. They knew that different substances required different solvents. Some medicines extracted better in alcohol. Others needed oil. Some required acidic solutions. They documented which herbs responded to which solvents, creating a practical knowledge base about chemical solubility centuries before the theory was formalized. Dosage standardization emerged from this work. An alchemist preparing medicine would measure carefully. The same amount of herb, extracted in the same amount of alcohol, for the same duration, produced consistent results. This allowed for predictable dosing. A physician could prescribe a specific amount, knowing it would have the expected effect. Compare this to crude herbal preparations, where potency varied wildly depending on plant freshness, preparation method, and countless other variables. The medical establishment, such as it was, initially welcomed these developments. Better medicines were better for everyone. Monastery infirmaries, university medical faculties, court physicians all incorporated alchemical pharmaceutical techniques into their practice. But this created a problem the church couldn't ignore. If alchemy produced medicines that demonstrably healed people, how could it be demonic? If alchemical methods created treatments more effective than traditional remedies, how could the practice be fraudulent? If systematic distillation and extraction yielded genuine pharmaceutical benefits, how could experimentation be dismissed as misguided? Success undermined the narrative that alchemy was foolish pursuit of impossible goals. Worse, it validated the methodology, systematic experimentation, careful observation, documentation, and refinement of procedures based on results. The same approach that produced effective medicines was being applied to other alchemical investigations. And those investigations were producing discoveries that challenged church doctrine in ways medicine didn't. The church faced an uncomfortable choice: condemn all alchemy, including pharmaceutical applications, and lose access to the best medicines available, or allow pharmaceutical alchemy while suppressing other branches, creating an arbitrary distinction that would be difficult to maintain. They chose suppression anyway. But the medicines survived. Too useful to eliminate. too effective to dismiss. Pharmaceutical alchemy continued under different names, its techniques absorbed into medical practice, while its alchemical origins were quietly erased from official histories. The formulas remained. The procedures persisted. The knowledge endured, transformed into medicine and separated from alchemy as if they'd never been the same thing. But medicine wasn't the only practical discovery emerging from alchemical laboratories. Some experiments produced results that literally changed warfare. The formula for gunpowder was written in code by a monk who would be imprisoned for knowing too much. Within a century, that formula had toppled kingdoms and made medieval warfare obsolete. Gunpowder came from China. The basic discovery that saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal combined in certain proportions would burn explosively was Chinese. They used it for fireworks, for signals, for weapons that were more terrifying than effective. The knowledge reached Europe through the Mongol conquests, through trade routes, through the slow diffusion of ideas across continents. But what arrived in Europe was a curiosity, a novelty. It took European alchemists to transform it into a military technology that would reshape warfare and ultimately reshape civilization itself. Roger Bacon described gunpowder in his writings. Not openly, in code, a cipher that only those who already suspected what he was talking about could decode. He knew the formula was dangerous, not because it was demonic, because it worked, because it gave whoever possessed it power that could overthrow traditional military hierarchies. Knights in armor had dominated European warfare for centuries. Heavy cavalry, protected by expensive equipment that required years of training to use effectively, were the elite military force. Castles and fortified positions could withstand siege for months. Warfare was slow, expensive, and heavily favored the established nobility who could afford the equipment and training. Gunpowder changed everything. European alchemists didn't just copy the Chinese formula. They experimented with it. Systematically. They varied the proportions of the three components. 75 parts saltpeter, 15 charcoal, 10 sulfur became standard, but getting there required testing dozens of ratios. Too much sulfur, and it burned too fast. More flash than force. Too little, and it wouldn't ignite reliably. The charcoal had to be prepared correctly. Wood burned in oxygen-poor conditions to create highly porous carbon. The saltpeter, potassium nitrate, required purification. Natural saltpeter contained impurities that affected how the powder burned. Alchemists developed refining techniques, dissolving crude saltpeter in water, filtering, recrystallizing. Pure saltpeter produced more reliable, more powerful powder. Grain size mattered. Grind the powder too fine, and it burned almost instantaneously, useful for priming charges, but dangerous as a main explosive. Leave it coarser, and it burned more slowly, building pressure gradually. Different applications required different grain sizes. Alchemists documented these differences, creating specialized powders for different uses. German alchemists, working for princes who saw the military potential, developed the first effective European cannons. Early versions were as dangerous to their operators as to their targets. Barrels burst. Charges detonated prematurely. But systematic experimentation refined the technology. stronger barrels, better powder, improved ignition methods. Italian alchemists created refined gunpowder for emerging firearms. The early hand cannons were crude, inaccurate, slow to reload, but they could punch through armor that would turn aside arrows and crossbow bolts. A peasant with a few weeks of training could kill a knight who'd spent years learning warfare. The military implications were staggering. By the 14th century, gunpowder formulas were state secrets. Kings guarded them as carefully as they guarded gold. Alchemists who knew the optimized recipes were valuable assets, protected and monitored. The knowledge was too important to allow it to spread freely. The irony wasn't lost on anyone paying attention. The church condemned alchemical experimentation as suspicious, potentially demonic, certainly dangerous to souls. But when that same experimentation produced weapons, suddenly it was acceptable, encouraged even. Princes funded alchemical research into better gunpowder. Church authorities blessed cannons before battles. The systematic approach that was problematic when applied to understanding matter's nature was perfectly fine when producing military advantage. Alchemists knew this. Some played the game, focusing their public work on gunpowder and metallurgy, while conducting more philosophically dangerous experiments in private. Others resented the hypocrisy, noting in private correspondence that the same methodology condemned in one context was celebrated in another. Gunpowder alchemy remained partially secret, even as the basic formula became widely known. Everyone knew the three ingredients, but the precise techniques for optimization, purification methods, ideal proportions for different applications, preparation procedures that maximized power and reliability, these remained trade secrets. Some alchemists deliberately spread false formulas, slight variations that would produce inferior powder, misleading competitors or potential enemies. A shift of a few percentage points in the ratios could mean the difference between effective powder and dangerous unreliability. The knowledge moved from alchemical laboratories to military arsenals, from coded manuscripts to practical application on battlefields. Castles that had stood for centuries fell to cannon fire. Knights in armor became obsolete. Warfare democratized in ways that undermined feudal power structures. Within a century of European alchemists refining Chinese gunpowder into an effective military technology, the medieval world was ending. Not because of philosophy or religious reformation or economic change, though all those played roles, but because alchemy had given ordinary people the power to kill nobles at a distance, to breach supposedly impregnable fortifications, to make expensive training and equipment militarily irrelevant. The powder that changed everything was created by men conducting systematic experiments, documenting results, refining procedures based on observed outcomes. Chemistry applied to warfare, and the world would never be the same. Gunpowder changed warfare. But another alchemical discovery changed how medieval people saw the world itself, and that's what really frightened the church. When alchemists discovered a liquid that could dissolve gold, they didn't just find a chemical reaction. They found proof that everything the church taught about the perfection and incorruptibility of matter might be wrong. Gold was perfect. This wasn't metaphor. It was official church-approved Aristotelian doctrine. Gold had achieved elemental perfection. It couldn't rust like iron, couldn't tarnish like silver, couldn't corrode like copper. It was incorruptible, unchangeable, eternal. the perfect metal, the perfect substance, the perfect material manifestation of perfection itself. And perfection meant something theologically. If gold was perfect and incorruptible, it reflected God's eternal, unchangeable perfection. The divine order was reflected in material reality. Perfect substances couldn't be destroyed because perfection was permanent. The hierarchy of matter, with dawned at the top, mirrored the divine hierarchy. Everything in its place, fixed, ordained, permanent. This wasn't just philosophy. It was how the medieval world understood reality. Matter had a hierarchy. Substances had fixed natures. The cosmos was ordered, stable, knowable because God had made it that way, and it couldn't fundamentally change. Then alchemists made aqua regia. The discovery built slowly. Alchemists already knew about vitriol, oil of vitriol, sulfuric acid, which they made by heating green vitriol, iron sulfate. They knew it was a powerful substance, caustic, dangerous. It could dissolve many metals, char organic matter, produce intense heat when mixed with water. They knew about nitra, saltpeter, potassium nitrate. Distilling it with vitriol produced aqua fortis, nitric acid, strong water. It could dissolve silver, which was impressive enough. Silver was a noble metal resistant to most corrosion. That a liquid could completely dissolve it suggested substances weren't as fixed as philosophy claimed. But silver wasn't gold. Silver could tarnish. It wasn't perfect. Somewhere, some alchemist. History doesn't record who, which suggests they understood the danger of claiming credit, tried combining acids, mixing aqua fortis with muriatic acid, hydrochloric acid, which was made from salt and vitriol through a different process. The combination created something new, aqua regia, royal water, and royal water dissolved gold. Imagine being the first person to see this. You place a piece of gold into this clear liquid. Gold, which survives burial for centuries unchanged. Gold, which doesn't rust or corrode or decay. Gold, the perfect metal, and you watch it disappear. Not quickly, slowly. The liquid around the gold turns yellow, then orange. The gold itself seems to erode, small pieces breaking away, dissolving into solution. Keep watching, and eventually there's nothing left. The solid gold has become liquid. The perfect, incorruptible substance has been destroyed. Except, and this must have been equally stunning, you could get it back. Add the right reagents to the gold-containing solution, and the gold precipitates out, returns to solid form, recovered from what seemed like destruction. Gold could be dissolved and restored, transformed from solid to solution and back. The supposedly immutable could be mutated. The incorruptible could be corrupted, and then uncorrupted again. This was more than a chemical curiosity. It was a philosophical crisis. If gold could be dissolved, it wasn't incorruptible. If the perfect substance could be fundamentally altered, perfection wasn't permanent. If matter at the top of the supposed hierarchy could be transformed, The hierarchy itself was questionable. If humans could accomplish this through carefully prepared chemicals and systematic procedure, divine order wasn't as fixed as taught. The implications cascaded. If matter wasn't fixed in divine hierarchy, maybe nature operated according to discoverable principles rather than mysterious divine will. If systematic experimentation could reveal properties that contradicted official philosophy, maybe observation and testing were better guides to truth than ancient authorities. If acids could do what supposedly couldn't be done, what else that was supposedly impossible might actually be possible? Alchemists understood exactly how dangerous this knowledge was. Some wrote about aqua regia only in the most heavily symbolic code. The water that dissolves the sun. Gold was symbolized by the sun. The royal bath that humbles the king. Descriptions so obscured that without already knowing what they meant, you couldn't extract the actual chemical procedure. Others framed their discoveries in religious language. This wasn't contradicting divine order. It was revealing God's greater glory. The fact that matter could be transformed in such remarkable ways showed divine creation was even more intricate and wonderful than previously understood. By studying these transformations, they were studying God's handiwork in deeper detail. This defense was theologically clever, but philosophically dangerous. If God's creation operated differently than church doctrine claimed, who was wrong? The creation or the doctrine? Some alchemists simply kept quiet, shared the knowledge only with trusted colleagues, used aqua regia in their laboratories without publicizing the implications. The practical applications were valuable enough to justify the research without raising uncomfortable questions. Because practical applications existed, acid assaying became the standard method for testing gold purity. Mint operations used it to verify that coins contained the precious metal content they claimed. Dishonest merchants couldn't pass off gold-plated base metal as solid gold. Aqua regia would reveal the fraud. Acids enabled new metallurgical processes, etching armor and weapons with decorative patterns, separating gold from silver in mixed alloys, refining ores that couldn't be processed by traditional smelting. Mining operations depended on acids for extracting metals from complex mineral deposits. These uses gave alchemists cover. We're not challenging divine order. We're developing useful technologies. The acids are tools, not theological threats. Look at the practical benefit, not the philosophical implications. But the church wasn't stupid. They understood that tools had implications, that methods had meanings, that systematic experimentation producing results which contradicted official doctrine was threatening regardless of how useful the applications might be. The worst part, from the church's perspective, was that the discoveries were reproducible. This wasn't philosophical argument. It wasn't competing interpretation of texts. It was evidence. Verifiable, repeatable evidence. Anyone with the right equipment and knowledge could make aqua regia. Anyone could dissolve gold. The demonstration could be performed publicly. There was no hiding from it, no explaining it away. Gold dissolved. The supposedly incorruptible was corrupted. Reality contradicted doctrine. And if reality contradicted doctrine, which should be believed? For an institution whose authority rested on being the correct interpreter of truth, this was existential threat. Acids didn't just dissolve gold. They dissolved the certainty that church teachings about the natural world were reliable. They raised the possibility that systematic observation might reveal truths that authority didn't know. couldn't know, had gotten wrong. This was the danger alchemy posed. Not transmutation, not making gold. If alchemists could actually create gold, that would be economically disruptive, but philosophically manageable. The real threat was what alchemical discoveries demonstrated: that matter could be understood and manipulated through human effort, that systematic experimentation revealed natural laws, that observation trumped authority when they conflicted. Acids that dissolved gold dissolved more than metal. They dissolved the certainty of divine order, the reliability of ancient authorities, the Church's monopoly on determining what was true about creation. That dissolution was far more threatening than any chemical reaction. But acids weren't the only discovery that challenged official teaching. In laboratories across Europe, alchemists were documenting observations about matter, transformation, and the natural world that suggested a very different reality than the one the Church described. Alchemists believed that lead could become gold. They were wrong about how, but right about something the Church couldn't accept: that matter itself wasn't fixed by divine decree. Transmutation wasn't really about gold. That's the part everyone remembers, the part that got turned into a joke. Foolish men wasting their lives trying to make something from nothing, chasing impossible wealth, deluding themselves with mystical nonsense. But that misses the point entirely. Misses it deliberately, because the real point was too dangerous to acknowledge. Transmutation was about the nature of reality itself. According to Church-approved Aristotelian philosophy, every substance had a fixed essence determined by God at creation. Lead was eternally lead. Gold was eternally gold. The boundaries between them were absolute, divinely ordained, permanent. Matter had been created in fixed forms, and those forms couldn't fundamentally change. A thing was what it was, because God had made it that way, and suggesting otherwise was suggesting God's creation wasn't perfect and complete. Alchemists looked at the world around them and saw something different. They saw transformation everywhere. Iron rusted, left exposed to air and moisture. Iron transformed into something else. Red, crumbly, completely different in properties from the original metal. Not just surface change. Fundamental transformation into iron oxide. The metal itself had become something new. Copper turned green when exposed to certain substances. Verdigris, copper carbonate, had different properties than metallic copper. Same element, different form. Transformation through contact with the environment. Alloys confused the fixed essence model entirely. Mix copper with tin, you got bronze, harder than either component, with properties neither possessed alone. Was bronze copper? Was it tin? It was both and neither. Something new created from combination. Most striking was cinnabar. Heat this red mineral, and it transforms into liquid mercury. Quicksilver, pooling and flowing like water, but impossibly dense, impossibly strange. Then combine that mercury with sulfur and heat it, and you get cinnabar again. Red mineral to liquid metal to red mineral. Reversible transformation, endlessly repeatable. These weren't philosophical abstractions. They were observable facts. Matter transformed. Substances changed from one form to another. The fixed, unchanging essences that philosophy claimed existed didn't match what could be seen and tested. So alchemists developed a theory. All metals, they proposed, were composed of mercury and sulfur in different proportions and purities. Not the mercury and sulfur you could buy in markets. Philosophical mercury and sulfur, the principles those substances represented. The liquid, volatile principle, and the solid, combustible principle. Combined in perfect balance and perfect purity, these produced gold. Combined in imperfect proportions or contaminated with impurities, they produced baser metals. Lead was just imperfect gold. Iron was just corrupted gold. All metals were gold in various stages of imperfection. Therefore, the alchemists reasoned, if you could remove the impurities and adjust the proportions, any metal could be perfected into gold. Transmutation wasn't creating something from nothing. It was perfecting what already existed, taking the impure and making it pure, taking the corrupted and restoring it to its perfect state. Modern chemistry proves the mechanism wrong. Metals aren't made of mercury and sulfur in any sense. They're made of atoms with different numbers of protons, and you can't change one element into another through chemical processes alone. But modern physics proves the concept right. Matter does transform. Elements do have component parts. Protons, neutrons, electrons, and smaller particles beyond those. And with enough energy, elements can be transmuted. Add or remove protons from an atomic nucleus, and you change one element into another. Nuclear reactors do it. Particle accelerators do it. You can, in fact, transmute lead into gold if you're willing to spend far more on the process than the gold is worth. The alchemists were right that matter could fundamentally change. They were right that substances had component parts. They were right that transformation was possible. They just lacked the energy and understanding to accomplish it. But being right about the possibility was enough to make the idea dangerous. Because if matter wasn't fixed by divine decree, what did that say about divine creation? If substances could be transformed through natural processes and human intervention, was nature as mysterious and divinely controlled as the Church taught? If the boundaries between things weren't absolute, maybe other supposedly fixed boundaries weren't absolute either. Alchemists were proposing that divine creation wasn't a one-time event that finished on the seventh day. They were suggesting it was an ongoing process that could be understood, participated in, even directed through human knowledge and effort. That matter had potential for transformation built into it. That perfection could be achieved through human work applied to understanding natural principles. This required philosophical courage, bordering on recklessness. Every authority, Aristotle, the Church Fathers, contemporary bishops, insisted matter was fixed. Suggesting otherwise meant claiming you understood creation better than generations of respected thinkers. It meant trusting your observations over established doctrine. It meant believing that direct investigation of nature could reveal truths that scripture and tradition hadn't. Many alchemists didn't see this as contradicting their faith. They believed studying transformation was studying God's handiwork. Understanding how matter could be perfected was understanding divine principles of perfection. If humans could participate in the perfection of matter, that demonstrated the special place humans held in creation, made in God's image, capable of understanding and working with creation's deepest principles. But the methodology undermined the theology. Regardless of how alchemists frame their work, they were establishing that observation and experiment could reveal truth about the natural world. That matter behaved according to principles that could be discovered through systematic investigation. That essences weren't fixed just because philosophy said they were. And if the church was wrong about the fixed nature of matter, what else might it be wrong about? But transmutation theory led to an even more dangerous idea, one that threatened not just church philosophy, but church power itself. What the church really feared about alchemy wasn't that someone might make gold. It was that someone might make truth without permission. Medieval knowledge had structure, clear, hierarchical structure. At the top was divine revelation, God's truth revealed through scripture and occasionally through prophets and saints. Below that, the church, which interpreted revelation and determined correct understanding. Below that, universities and educated clergy who transmitted approved knowledge. At the bottom, common people who received truth but didn't generate it. Knowledge flowed one direction, downward, from short through church, through clergy to the masses. You didn't discover truth. You received it from authorities, who received it from higher authorities, who ultimately received it from God. This system gave the church immense power. They controlled education. Universities were church institutions, founded and supervised by religious authorities. They controlled texts. Monasteries housed the primary libraries. Monks copied the manuscripts. Church approval determined what was worth preserving. They controlled interpretation. Only ordained clergy could authoritatively explain nature, theology, the meaning of creation. Question the church's interpretation, and you question the entire chain of authority leading back to divine revelation. Claim to know something the church hadn't taught you, and you claimed an impossible thing, that truth could come from somewhere other than the approved channels. Alchemy proposed exactly that impossible thing. Truth about nature, alchemists insisted, could be discovered upward, through observation of how substances behaved, through experimentation that tested what happened under different conditions, through documentation of results, through verification by others who could repeat your procedures and confirm your findings. This was proto-scientific method, and it was revolutionary because it meant an alchemist's social status didn't determine the validity of their findings. A guild craftsman who observed how copper behaved in different solutions had genuine knowledge, even if he couldn't read Latin or quote Aristotle. His observations counted. If you could verify them through your own experiments, they counted as much as a bishop's pronouncements about nature. Knowledge could spread horizontally, alchemist to alchemist, craftsman to craftsman, through networks of practitioners who shared findings, bypassing church gatekeepers entirely. A discovery made in a Venice workshop could reach a laboratory in Prague without ever passing through church channels, never receiving official approval, spreading purely because it worked, and people wanted to know it. The texts themselves encouraged this. Alchemical manuscripts weren't meant to be believed. They were meant to be tested. Try this procedure and observe what happens. Repeat this process and note the results. If you have done this correctly, you will see these signs. Instructions for readers to verify through their own work, not pronouncements to accept on authority. This created a kind of peer review. Alchemical claims were evaluated based on reproducibility. If you said heating cinnabar produced mercury, and others heated cinnabar and got mercury, your claim was validated. If you claimed a procedure that others couldn't replicate, your claim was questioned. Authority didn't matter. Reproducibility did. Guild members became expert chemists despite minimal formal education. They learned through apprenticeship and experimentation, developing sophisticated understanding of how materials behaved without ever studying approved texts. A glassmaker who knew exactly which metallic compounds produced which colors in glass, at which temperatures possessed real chemical knowledge, even if he'd never set foot in a university. Correspondence networks connected alchemists across Europe. Letters describing experiments, discussing results, debating interpretations. A monk in England sharing findings with a court alchemist in Prague, neither concerned with the other's rank or credentials, both interested only in whether the described procedures produced the claimed results. Manuscripts circulated that explicitly encouraged reader experimentation. Do not believe what I write until you have tested it yourself. Observation will teach you more than any book. Trust your eyes over any authority when they contradict. Revolutionary statements in a world where authority was supposed to determine truth. The threat to church power was existential. If people could discover truth about nature independently, they might conclude they could discover truth about other things independently. If systematic observation could correct errors in Aristotle, maybe it could correct errors in theology. If knowledge came from experimentation rather than revelation, the Church's role as sole interpreter and transmitter of truth was undermined. Natural philosophy, what we call science, was supposed to be subordinate to theology. Its purpose was to understand God's creation in ways that supported faith and church teaching. Nature was supposed to demonstrate divine wisdom, divine order, divine power. Philosophy was supposed to organize these demonstrations into coherent frameworks that reinforced doctrine. But alchemical methodology suggested natural philosophy could be independent, that investigating nature didn't require theological framework or church approval, that you could learn true things about creation through your own work, and those true things might not match what church authorities taught. This independence was intolerable. The church had spent centuries establishing itself as the necessary intermediary between God and humanity, between divine truth and human understanding. The entire institutional structure depended on people needing the church to access truth, priests to perform sacraments, clergy to interpret scripture, bishops to maintain orthodoxy, the Pope to provide ultimate authority. If truth could be discovered independently, what was the church's purpose? If observation and experiment could reveal how nature actually worked, regardless of what authorities claimed, why defer to authority at all? The irony is that most alchemists were genuinely pious. They saw no contradiction between faith and experiment. They believed studying creation honored the Creator. Understanding how God's handiwork functioned was a form of worship, a way of appreciating divine wisdom more deeply. But their methodology challenged centralized knowledge authority, whether they intended it to or not. The experimental approach, observe, test, document, verify, inherently bypassed official channels. It created knowledge outside church control, and knowledge outside church control was dangerous, regardless of the discoverer's intentions. The church understood this better than many alchemists did. The issue wasn't personal piety. It was systematic methodology. Alchemy wasn't just discovering inconvenient facts about matter. It was demonstrating that facts could be discovered without church permission, validated without church authority, and spread without church control. That demonstration threatened everything. And this brings us to the moment when the church decided enough was enough. The question wasn't whether to suppress alchemy anymore. It was how to do it without admitting why. There were manuscripts circulating through medieval Europe that the church wanted to burn. But burning books only works if people haven't already read them and tested what they say. Roger Bacon's writings crossed lines he probably didn't even realize existed. His opus majus argued, explicitly and unapologetically, that experimental knowledge was superior to received authority. That direct observation should be trusted over traditional texts when they contradicted. That investigating nature required testing claims, not just believing what ancient philosophers had written. He wasn't rejecting Christianity. He was rejecting the method the church used to determine truth about the natural world. And that was worse. The church imprisoned him. His own Franciscan order kept him confined for years, banned his books, forbade him from writing without permission, not because his theology was heretical, because his methodology was dangerous. Arnold of Villanova combined alchemy with apocalyptic theology in ways that made authorities deeply uncomfortable. His treatises on alchemical medicine were already problematic. They worked too well, validated experimental approaches too thoroughly. But then he started suggesting that alchemical knowledge was necessary for end-time survival, that Christians needed this practical understanding to endure the tribulations prophecy predicted. The implication was unmistakable. The church wasn't adequately preparing Christians. Official channels weren't providing what people actually needed. Forbidden knowledge, alchemy, was more essential than church teachings for surviving what was coming. Authorities couldn't let that stand, suggesting the church was insufficient, that forbidden practices were necessary, that official preparation was inadequate. This undermined everything. Arnold was investigated, condemned, forced to defend himself repeatedly. The Mirror of Alchemy, attributed to Bacon though possibly written by someone else, circulated widely in multiple copies. It provided clear, practical, alchemical instructions accessible to any educated reader, not cryptic symbolism, not mystical allegory. Straightforward procedures. Take this substance, heat it this way, observe these results. It democratized knowledge that had been restricted, made practical alchemy available beyond specialist practitioners. Anyone who could read Latin and acquire basic equipment could attempt the procedures described, could verify for themselves whether alchemical claims were true. This accessibility was precisely what made it dangerous. Knowledge you could test yourself was knowledge you didn't need authorities to interpret. Truth you could verify independently was truth outside church control. Anonymous manuscript collections compiled procedures from Arabic sources, making Islamic scientific knowledge available to European readers. This had multiple layers of problematic. The knowledge came from Muslim scholars, religious enemies, in a Europe engaged in crusades. It bypassed church approval entirely. No theological vetting, no official translation movement, just practical procedures copied and spread. And it worked, which meant Islamic science had genuine value, challenging narratives about Christian intellectual superiority. What made these texts unbearable wasn't just their content, it was their nature. They were written in Latin, or increasingly in vernacular languages, French, Italian, German, making them accessible beyond the scholarly elite who could parse complex Latin. Common people, educated craftsmen, minor nobility could read them. They provided explicit instructions that actually worked. Follow the procedures, and you got the described results. This enabled readers to verify claims independently. You didn't need to believe the author. You could test what they said. And when the test confirmed the claim, you learned to trust experiment over authority. They cited Christian and non-Christian sources with equal weight. Aristotle alongside Jabir ibn Hayyan, Geber alongside Augustine. The implicit message: truth was truth, regardless of source. Knowledge from Islamic scholars counted as much as knowledge from church fathers. They argued explicitly for observation overriding ancient authorities. Multiple texts stated this directly. When your eyes contradict what books claim, trust your eyes. Test everything. Verify through experiment. Don't accept claims just because respected names made them. And they circulated through informal networks impossible to fully suppress. Hand-copied in private studies. Traded among scholars. Passed from master to apprentice. Moving through channels the church couldn't monitor or control. The church responded with escalating severity. Official condemnations of specific texts. Authors pressured to recant. Imprisoned. Forbidden to write. Universities ordered not to teach certain alchemical doctrines. Inquisitors instructed to investigate anyone suspected of practicing forbidden alchemy. But they faced an impossible problem. How do you suppress knowledge that works? When someone could acquire a manuscript, attempt the procedures described, and observe the predicted results, simply declaring the knowledge false was insufficient. The evidence was reproducible. Anyone with equipment could verify it. You couldn't argue against what people could see with their own eyes, create with their own hands. This was the fundamental challenge. Theological disputes could be settled by authority. The church determined correct doctrine, and that was that. Philosophical disagreements could be resolved by appealing to approved texts and proper interpretation. But experimental knowledge resisted these approaches. If an alchemical text said, "Distill this substance at this temperature, and you will obtain this product with these properties," and following those instructions produced exactly that, how could authorities claim it was false? The demonstration spoke for itself. The church tried various strategies, claiming alchemy was demonic, that it worked through devil's power rather than natural processes, distinguishing between good alchemy, philosophical allegory about spiritual transformation, and bad alchemy, actual chemical experimentation, arguing that even if procedures worked, they were dangerous to souls. But none of these fully worked, because the manuscripts were already out there, already copied, already being tested. And the tests kept confirming what the texts claimed. Knowledge that can be verified is hard to suppress. People might fear punishment for possessing forbidden texts, but they can't unlearn what they've observed, can't unsee what they've witnessed, can't unknow what they've tested and confirmed. The books were dangerous, not because they claimed impossible things, but because they described possible things. Not because they promised miracles, but because they provided procedures. Not because they required faith, but because they invited verification. And verification was the most dangerous thing of all. Because once you'd verified one claim through experiment, you started thinking maybe other claims could be verified the same way. Maybe observation and testing could reveal truth about all sorts of things. Maybe authority wasn't necessary when evidence could speak for itself. The church couldn't suppress the knowledge by simply declaring it false, because it worked. So they needed a different approach. They would redefine what alchemy meant, and they would make that redefinition stick for 700 years. In 1317, a pope who allegedly practiced alchemy himself issued a decree condemning it. This wasn't about protecting people from fraud. It was about protecting the church from questions it couldn't answer. Pope John XXIII faced problems. The papal treasury was depleted from political conflicts that had consumed resources for years. The church's temporal power was being challenged across Europe. And in laboratories scattered throughout Christendom, alchemists were making discoveries that undermined official doctrine about the nature of reality. The decree he issued that year was titled Spondent quas non exhibunt. They promise what they do not deliver. It condemned alchemical gold-making as fraud and sin. Anyone claiming to transmute base metals into gold was deceiving people, stealing money through false promises, committing crimes against both God and man. The language was careful, deliberately careful. The decree didn't condemn all alchemy. It didn't mention chemical experimentation, pharmaceutical preparations, or metallurgical research. It specifically targeted transmutation claims and those who charged money for alchemical services. This was strategic brilliance. By framing it as fraud rather than heresy, the church avoided direct confrontation with the philosophical issues. They didn't have to argue about whether matter could be transformed or whether acids could dissolve gold. They simply declared that anyone claiming to make gold was lying, and fraud was clearly sinful. The beauty of this approach was its flexibility. An alchemist who genuinely believed in transmutation, who wasn't trying to defraud anyone, who was pursuing knowledge rather than gold, that person could still be prosecuted. Because if transmutation didn't work, then claiming to attempt it was fraud. If it did work, well, that raised questions the church preferred not to address. Either way, the practice could be suppressed. The chilling effect was immediate. University teaching of alchemical transmutation became dangerous. Professors who'd openly discussed these theories in lectures suddenly found other topics to explore. Students who'd been conducting experiments quietly put away their equipment. Public alchemical practice, which had existed in a grey area of tolerance, became actively risky. Practitioners faced choices: stop entirely and abandon years of work and accumulated knowledge. Continue in secret, hiding laboratories, coding manuscripts even more heavily, trusting no one, or reframe the work. Claim it was about spiritual transformation, not physical gold. Just symbolic allegory about the soul's perfection. Many chose the third option. Alchemical texts began emphasizing mystical interpretation over practical procedures. What had been straightforward chemical instructions became buried under layers of spiritual metaphor. Not because alchemists suddenly became more mystical, but because mysticism was safer than chemistry. But the decree had limits. It didn't stop royal patronage of alchemy. Kings who'd been funding alchemical research didn't suddenly abandon it. They just became more discreet. The contracts got more carefully worded. The laboratories got better hidden. The work continued, just with more secrecy. Pharmaceutical alchemy wasn't touched. The decree condemned making gold, not making medicine. Alchemists who distilled medicinal preparations, who created tinctures and compounds, who applied chemical knowledge to healing. They could continue working. As long as they didn't claim to transmute metals, they were theoretically safe. Guild chemical practices continued completely unaffected. Glassmakers still experimented with metallic compounds to create colors. Dyers still manipulated chemical processes to fix dyes. Metallurgists still refined alloys. Their work was craftwork, not alchemy in the decree's definition, so it escaped condemnation. What the decree really accomplished was establishing official opposition. Before 1317, the Church's position on alchemy had been ambiguous. Some authorities tolerated it, others disapproved, but there was no unified official stance. John XX's decree ended that ambiguity. The Church was now formally opposed to transmutation alchemy. It provided legal framework for prosecution. Local authorities who wanted to move against alchemists now had papal backing. Inquisitors had grounds for investigation. Anyone practicing or teaching transmutation could be charged with fraud, a secular crime as well as a spiritual failing. It signaled that intellectual independence wouldn't be tolerated. The message wasn't subtle. If your investigations led to claiming things the Church found problematic, those investigations needed to stop. Regardless of your evidence, regardless of your methods, regardless of how carefully you documented your work. And it began redefining alchemy itself. Before the decree, alchemy was a respectable intellectual pursuit that included transmutation among many other practices. After the decree, transmutation became the defining characteristic of alchemy in official discourse. And since transmutation was now officially fraud, alchemy became associated with fraud. The entire field was being reframed through its most controversial aspect. The irony wasn't lost on anyone. John XXI himself was rumored to practice alchemy. His treasury supposedly contained alchemical equipment. After his death, his rooms allegedly revealed extensive alchemical apparatus and manuscripts. Whether true or not, the rumors persisted. The Pope who condemned alchemy might have been conducting his own experiments. This wasn't about belief. It was about control. The Pope could investigate transmutation privately because he had authority to determine truth. But allowing others that same freedom was different. It meant ceding control over knowledge, permitting investigation that might contradict official teachings, enabling discoveries that challenged church doctrine. The decree was a warning shot. It established boundaries and signaled consequences. But it was just the beginning. A papal decree made alchemy officially problematic. What came next would make it actively dangerous, because a single papal decree wasn't enough to eliminate centuries of accumulated knowledge. The Church needed more than law. It needed fear. And that's where the Inquisition came in. The Church couldn't win the argument about whether alchemy was legitimate science or demonic fraud. So they stopped arguing and started burning people instead. The Inquisition had originally focused on religious heresy, wrong beliefs about Christian doctrine, claims that contradicted official theology. The Cathars, the Waldensians, groups that challenged church authority or teaching, investigating them, prosecuting them, forcing recantation, or executing the obstinate. That was the Inquisition's purpose. But by the 14th and 15th centuries, the scope was expanding. Suspicious activities, practices that might indicate heretical beliefs, and alchemy increasingly fell into this category. The association was deliberate. Inquisitors began linking alchemy with necromancy, with divination, with demonic magic. The distinction between natural philosophy and forbidden magic became blurred. Not accidentally, strategically, because prosecuting someone for demon worship was straightforward. Debating whether acids could dissolve gold was complicated. Possession of certain texts could trigger investigation. An inquisitor searching a house might find alchemical manuscripts. Those manuscripts, especially ones with Arabic sources or symbolic imagery, could be presented as evidence of occult practices. The defendant would have to prove the texts were natural philosophy, not demon summoning instructions. Difficult to do when inquisitors already suspected the worst. Laboratory equipment became even more damning. Glass vessels, furnaces, strange substances. These could be characterized as tools for commanding demonic forces. The fact that they were actually chemistry equipment didn't matter if inquisitors chose to interpret them differently. A retort for distillation could be presented as a vessel for capturing demons. A furnace for controlled heating could be described as an altar for infernal rituals. Chemical procedures themselves were reframed. The smoke, the strange colors, the transformations of substances, all could be portrayed as summoning supernatural entities. Heating cinnabar to produce mercury? That's not chemistry. That's forcing demonic spirits to manifest in material form. Dissolving gold in aqua regia? That's not acid chemistry. That's using hellish powers to corrupt God's perfect creation. The symbolic language alchemists used for protection became proof of guilt. Those coded terms, the obscure references, the allegorical descriptions. Inquisitors pointed to them as evidence of occult intention. Why would you need to hide your procedures unless they involved forbidden powers? Why use symbols unless you're invoking supernatural forces? The very precautions alchemists took to avoid persecution were used to justify persecution. Cecco d'Ascoli learned this in 1327. He was a scholar, an astronomer, an alchemist. His work combined natural observation with theoretical frameworks that challenged certain official teachings. The Inquisition condemned him as a heretic, not for his theology. He was orthodox in belief. For his investigations, his astronomical observations, his alchemical experiments, his willingness to trust direct observation over ancient authorities. They burned him at the stake in Florence, publicly. A warning to others engaged in similar pursuits. Trial records survive from other cases. Unnamed practitioners whose experiments were reframed as devil worship. The documents are chilling. Chemical procedures described in demonic terms. Substances given infernal names. Transformations characterized as supernatural rather than natural. The accused desperately trying to explain that this was philosophy, investigation, legitimate inquiry into God's creation. The inquisitors unmoved, convinced, or at least claiming to be convinced that alchemy was trafficking with demons. Many didn't wait for trial. When rumors of inquisitorial interest began, people destroyed their own equipment, burned their manuscripts, buried apparatus in hidden locations or threw it in rivers. Better to lose knowledge accumulated over years than face torture and execution. The chilling effect spread like frost. Practitioners who'd worked openly became secretive. Networks of correspondence broke down as people feared letters might be intercepted and used as evidence. Students stopped seeking masters, unwilling to risk association. Knowledge that had been flowing through communities of practice dried up. The strategy was cynical and effective. By associating alchemy with demonic magic, the Church avoided addressing the philosophical challenges alchemy raised. They didn't have to explain why acids dissolved gold when gold was supposedly incorruptible. Didn't have to reconcile transmutation observations with fixed essence philosophy. Didn't have to justify why systematic experimentation contradicted official teachings. Instead, they just claimed it was all demon work. And burning people for consorting with demons was well within inquisitorial authority. Fear accomplished what argument couldn't. Practitioners stopped not because they were convinced alchemy was wrong, not because evidence disproved their theories, not because authorities presented better explanations. They stopped because continuing meant risking torture, execution, having your name recorded in Inquisition documents as a heretic, your property seized, your family shamed. The tragedy was profound. People engaged in genuine investigation of nature were executed for imaginary crimes. Alchemists studying material transformation weren't summoning demons. They were conducting chemistry. But chemistry that challenged doctrine became heresy, and heresy meant death. Knowledge accumulated over centuries was destroyed, not refuted, not superseded by better understanding, just destroyed to avoid suspicion. Manuscripts burned, equipment smashed, techniques forgotten because teaching them was too dangerous. A generation of potential scientists was intimidated into silence. How many people had the aptitude and interest to pursue systematic investigation of nature? How many might have made genuine discoveries if the intellectual climate had permitted it? We'll never know because they chose silence over risk, safety over curiosity, survival over knowledge. The Inquisition didn't eliminate alchemy through superior argument or contradictory evidence. They eliminated it through terror. And terror works, at least in the short term. But even fear and violence couldn't completely eliminate alchemical knowledge. What it could do was drive it underground, where it would survive, but in fragmented and corrupted forms. When you force knowledge underground, two things happen. Some of it survives, and some of it becomes something else entirely. The alchemy that emerged from suppression barely resembled what went in. Open academic discussion ceased. Universities that had taught alchemical theories, that had permitted students to explore transmutation philosophy, quietly removed these topics from curricula. Professors who'd lectured on chemical transformation found other subjects. Debates that had animated natural philosophy faculties simply stopped happening. But the knowledge didn't disappear. It fragmented, dispersed, went underground through multiple channels. Practical knowledge continued in guilds under different terminology. Glassmakers kept experimenting with metallic compounds. Dyers kept manipulating chemical processes. Apothecaries kept distilling medicines. They just stopped calling it alchemy. It was craftwork, trade secrets, traditional techniques. Nothing suspicious. Nothing that would attract inquisitorial attention. Theoretical alchemy went underground into secretive groups. Wealthy patrons maintained private libraries containing forbidden texts. Nobles who could afford the risk. Scholars with enough influence to avoid casual investigation. Collectors who valued rare manuscripts. They preserved alchemical knowledge in collections hidden from official view. Coded transmission became more extreme. Alchemical knowledge that had been somewhat obscure became so heavily symbolic that only initiates could understand it. The Green Lion, the Red King, the White Queen. These weren't just poetic names anymore. They were protective obscurity. If authorities found your manuscript, you could claim it was spiritual allegory, pure symbolism about the soul's transformation, which meant genuine chemical procedures became nearly invisible under layers of mystical language. Oral tradition became crucial. Critical techniques were never written down, passed only from master to student in person. Face-to-face instruction, where no written record could incriminate anyone. The most important knowledge existed only in the memories of practitioners who'd learned it directly from those who knew. This preserved some techniques, but made them vulnerable. When a master died without successfully training a successor, the knowledge died too, permanently. Geographic dispersal created new centers of relatively tolerant practice. Prague, under Holy Roman Emperor Rudolf II, became a haven. Rudolf actively recruited alchemists, offered protection, funded laboratories. For a few decades, Prague was what medieval universities had been, a place where alchemy could be practiced relatively openly. But these were islands in an increasingly hostile ocean. And islands can be isolated, surrounded, eventually overwhelmed. The cost of going underground was knowledge degradation. Systematic experimentation largely stopped when practitioners couldn't share findings openly. The experimental method that had been developing, observe, document, verify with others, required open communication. When communication became dangerous, verification became impossible. You could conduct experiments in your hidden laboratory, but you couldn't publish findings, couldn't invite others to replicate your procedures, couldn't build on others' work because you didn't know what others were discovering. Knowledge that should have been cumulative became isolated, fragmented, scattered across practitioners who couldn't safely communicate. The developing experimental tradition was stunted. Medieval alchemy had been moving towards systematic science. Careful documentation, controlled experiments, verification through replication. Suppression interrupted that trajectory. When alchemy emerged again centuries later, it had to rebuild methodologies that had been developing before suppression forced them underground. Knowledge became increasingly symbolic and mystical as practical verification declined. When you can't actually perform experiments, when you're working from coded manuscripts without access to equipment or materials, alchemy becomes interpretation of symbols rather than observation of chemical reactions. Genuine chemical procedures became mixed with fantasy and exaggeration. If you can't test claims, you can't separate what works from what doesn't. Grandiose promises that would have been quickly disproved through experimentation persisted because no one could safely attempt the procedures. Alchemy's mystical reputation grew precisely because practical alchemy was suppressed. The paradox was cruel. Suppression preserved some knowledge by making it precious and secret. Forbidden texts were carefully copied, hidden, protected. Knowledge became valuable partly because it was dangerous to possess, but suppression also corrupted that knowledge by removing experimental verification. The alchemy that survived wasn't the alchemy that had been practiced. Rosicrucian manifestos in the 17th century claimed alchemical secrets. These mysterious documents promised that enlightened adepts possessed transformative knowledge. But the promises were vague, the procedures symbolic, the actual chemistry increasingly divorced from the mystical language. Freemasonry incorporated alchemical symbolism into its rituals. The imagery of transformation, of perfection, of hidden wisdom appealed to secret societies. But the alchemy they preserved was symbolic, not practical. Spiritual transformation replacing chemical experimentation. Private courts like Rudolf II's in Prague allowed some practical alchemy to continue. But even there, the work was increasingly mystified. Alchemists competing for patronage made grand claims, promised miracles, mixed genuine chemistry with occult philosophy and outright invention. What emerged in the Renaissance and early modern period as alchemy was often degraded, mystified version of medieval practice. The practical experimentation that had characterized 13th century alchemy was replaced by symbolic interpretation. The careful documentation was replaced by cryptic mysticism. The systematic approach was replaced by grandiose but unverifiable claims. This wasn't what medieval alchemists had been doing, but it's what their knowledge became when forced underground, stripped of verification mechanisms, preserved in secret while the practical tradition withered. Later generations would look at Renaissance alchemy, mystical, symbolic, making impossible promises, and conclude that's what alchemy had always been. They wouldn't realize they were seeing knowledge corrupted by suppression, not knowledge in its original form. The alchemy that emerged from hiding barely resembled what went in. Practical chemistry had become occult mysticism. Experimental method had become symbolic interpretation. Systematic investigation had become secret wisdom allegedly possessed by hidden masters. Suppression had preserved alchemy while transforming it into something its medieval practitioners wouldn't recognize. But while knowledge was being driven underground in Europe, something crucial was being lost. Not just experiments or procedures, but entire frameworks of understanding that would take centuries to rediscover. Medieval alchemists had created a language for describing how matter transforms. When the Church suppressed alchemy, that language was lost. Chemistry spent 3 centuries reinventing words for things alchemists had already named. They had words for everything. Calcination, heating substances in air until they became powder. Oxide forms replacing metallic luster. Sublimation, solid to gas transformation without passing through liquid. Substances disappearing from one vessel and reappearing in another. Distillation, separation by vaporization and condensation, isolating components based on how readily they turn to vapor. Coagulation, liquid to solid transformation. Solutions crystallizing or precipitating. Fermentation, organic transformation driven by living processes they didn't fully understand but could control and utilize. Putrefaction, controlled decomposition that broke complex substances into simpler components. These weren't mystical concepts. They were operational descriptions of real chemical processes. Each term referred to specific observable phenomena, specific procedures that produced specific results. The vocabulary was technical, precise, functional. More than terminology, they developed conceptual frameworks. They understood that heating substances in open air produced different results than heating in sealed vessels. Calcination in air created oxides. Heating in closed containers prevented oxidation, sometimes allowing other transformations. The difference mattered, and they documented it. They recognized reversibility. Some transformations could be undone: dissolve salt in water, evaporate the water, recover the salt unchanged. Other transformations were permanent: burn wood to ash, and you couldn't get the wood back. Understanding which processes were reversible and which weren't was fundamental to their practice. Classification systems emerged from this understanding. Medieval alchemists grouped substances by how they responded to heat. Some melted at low temperatures. Others required intense heat. Some vaporized easily. Others resisted. Some burned. Others didn't. These behavioral categories were practical. If you knew how a substance responded to heat, you knew how to work with it. They classified by acid reactivity too. Some materials dissolved readily in acids. Others resisted. Some reacted violently. Others slowly. The patterns weren't random. Metals showed consistent behaviors. Minerals sorted into groups with similar properties. What they were developing was a classification system based on observed chemical behavior. A proto-periodic table organized not by atomic weight, which they couldn't measure, but by reactivity and transformation patterns they could observe. Documents survive showing this systematic approach. Lists of substances organized by properties. Notes about which materials behaved similarly. Observations that certain combinations always produced specific results, while other combinations never worked. They were building a framework for understanding material behavior through accumulated observation. Purification through repetition was another core concept. Distill once, and you got partially purified substance. Distill again, and purity increased. Repeat enough times and you approached perfect separation. They called this the principle of iteration, that processes could be refined through repetition, that purity was approached gradually through systematic, repeated application of the same procedure. When alchemy was suppressed, this entire conceptual vocabulary disappeared. Not all at once. Gradually, as practitioners stopped teaching students, as manuscripts were destroyed or hidden, as the terminology fell out of use, the language for describing chemical transformation was lost. When chemistry re-emerged in the 17th and 18th centuries, scientists had to rebuild it from scratch. They created new terms for processes alchemists had already named, rediscovered principles alchemists had documented, developed classification systems alchemists had begun constructing. The tragedy is in the specifics. 16th century chemists discovered how to prepare nitric acid through procedures 13th century alchemists had documented in detail. 18th century scientists developed classification systems for substances that medieval practitioners had been working on before suppression interrupted their work. 19th century researchers invented fractional distillation techniques that alchemical manuscripts described centuries earlier. They weren't plagiarizing. They genuinely didn't know. The knowledge had been lost so completely that later scientists had no idea they were retracing steps already taken. The conceptual frameworks alchemists had developed were gone, forcing later generations to rebuild from foundations their predecessors had already laid. Modern chemistry textbooks trace the development of chemical terminology to 17th and 18th century pioneers. Lavoisier's systematic nomenclature, Dalton's atomic theory, Berzelius's element symbols, all presented as origins, beginning points. But they weren't beginnings. They were reconstructions. Medieval alchemists had been building the same frameworks, different terminology, different theoretical bases, but the same fundamental project of creating systematic language for describing material transformation. Suppression didn't just halt progress, it erased progress, forcing later scientists to waste centuries rediscovering what had been lost. The language of chemistry had to be invented twice. Once by medieval alchemists who developed it from practice and observation. Once by early modern chemists who recreated it without knowing it had existed before. 3 centuries of wasted effort. 3 centuries of rebuilding what didn't need rebuilding. 3 centuries of reinventing wheels that had already been constructed and then deliberately destroyed. The lost language of material transformation represented accumulated knowledge. Generations of alchemists refining terminology, developing concepts, creating frameworks for understanding chemical processes. When that language was suppressed and forgotten, the knowledge it embodied was lost too. Chemistry eventually recovered, eventually developed its own systematic vocabulary and conceptual frameworks. But it took centuries longer than it might have if alchemical knowledge had been preserved and built upon rather than suppressed and erased. But it wasn't just language and classification systems that vanished. Specific practical techniques, procedures that solved real problems, were lost when the people who practiced them were silenced. There are medieval stained glass windows whose colors we still can't reproduce. The people who knew how were forced to stop teaching apprentices. And when they died, the knowledge died with them. Venetian glassmakers in the 13th and 14th centuries created colors that stunned everyone who saw them. Deep, luminous blues that seemed to glow from within. Brilliant reds that held their intensity regardless of light conditions. Emerald greens that appeared almost supernatural in their clarity and depth. These weren't lucky accidents. They were the result of precise understanding of how metallic compounds behaved when incorporated into glass at specific temperatures. The glass makers knew exactly which metal oxides produced which colors. They knew the heating sequences required. They knew how long to maintain particular temperatures, when to cool, when to reheat. The knowledge was empirical, refined through generations of experimentation and apprenticeship. When persecution of alchemical practices intensified, guildmasters became cautious about teaching. The techniques involved manipulating materials, understanding chemical transformations, exactly what was becoming dangerous to demonstrate. Some masters stopped taking apprentices. Others taught only partial procedures, holding back crucial details. The chain of transmission broke. Within a generation, certain colors were lost. Renaissance glassmakers tried to recreate them, failed. They had the basic formulas: cobalt for blue, gold for red, copper for green. But the formulas weren't enough. The exact procedures, the subtle variations in technique that made the difference between muddy color and brilliant clarity, those were gone. Modern materials scientists have analyzed medieval glass. They know the chemical composition. but knowing what's in the glass doesn't tell you how to make it. The lost techniques involved timing, temperature control, specific sequences of heating and cooling that weren't written down because they were taught through demonstration and learned through practice. Damascus steel represents another lost technique. Blades forged in Damascus and Toledo during the medieval period had properties that weren't matched for centuries. Strength combined with flexibility, edge retention that exceeded anything achievable with contemporary methods, distinctive wavy patterns in the metal that were byproducts of the forging technique. The metal workers who created these blades were essentially alchemists. They understood how heating, folding, and treating steel with specific substances produced superior properties. They knew which ores worked best, how to purify them, what additives enhanced the process. They passed this knowledge master to apprentice through hands-on training. When persecution made chemical knowledge suspicious, when association with alchemy became dangerous, transmission stopped. Masters grew old and died without fully training successors. The techniques were lost. Modern metallurgists have tried to reproduce Damascus steel. They've analyzed surviving blades, identified the microstructure, understood the theory. But recreating the practice has proven difficult. The original techniques involved experiential knowledge. How the metal looked at the right temperature, how it felt when ready for the next step. Subtle cues that couldn't be captured in written descriptions, even if craftsmen had been inclined to write them down. Pharmaceutical distillation methods were lost similarly. Alchemist apothecaries had developed procedures for creating medicines whose efficacy later practitioners couldn't match. Specific distillation sequences, particular combinations of herbs extracted at precise temperatures, preparations that genuinely worked because the procedures concentrated active compounds effectively. Folk remedies survived in simplified form. People remembered that certain traditional medicines helped certain conditions, but the proper preparation methods were often lost. Later practitioners would attempt to recreate the medicines, following incomplete instructions or oral traditions that had degraded through retelling. The results were inconsistent, sometimes effective, sometimes not, because the crucial technical details had vanished. Dyeing techniques followed the same pattern. Medieval textile dyers could fix colors permanently using procedures that later craftsmen couldn't replicate. The colors they created didn't fade, didn't wash out, remained vibrant for decades. Renaissance and early modern dyers produced inferior results even when using similar dyes, because the fixing procedures, the mordants, the heating sequences, the chemical treatments, were lost. The problem was the nature of craft knowledge. These techniques relied on experiential understanding, transmitted through apprenticeship. You learned by watching, by doing under supervision, by developing feel for the process. Written descriptions could capture ingredients and general procedures, but not the subtle expertise that separated adequate results from superior ones. When persecution broke the master-apprentice chain, the experiential knowledge was lost irretrievably. You can read that a blade should be heated until it reaches a certain color, but if you've never seen that color under those specific conditions, if you haven't learned to judge the precise moment it's ready, you can't reproduce the technique just from the description. Modern attempts to recover lost medieval techniques have had mixed success. Some metallurgical processes have been reconstructed through systematic experimentation and analysis of surviving examples. Some glass colors have been approximately replicated. But approximately isn't exactly. And in crafts where small variations produce significantly different results, approximately isn't good enough. These weren't superstitious or primitive methods. They were sophisticated techniques developed through generations of systematic refinement, craftsmen experimenting, observing results, adjusting procedures, passing improvements to the next generation. The knowledge was real, valuable, effective. Losing it set back human capability in specific areas by centuries. We eventually developed new methods for creating strong steel, for producing vibrant glass, for fixing dyes. But we lost the old methods, and with them whatever insights they might have provided about material properties and chemical processes. Individual techniques could be lost and perhaps recovered. But alchemy was also developing something larger, a methodology, a way of investigating the world. And when that was suppressed, the impact lasted even longer. Medieval alchemists were inventing the scientific method. They just didn't live long enough to finish it. And we spent 300 years not realizing we were reinventing something that had already begun. The methodology was developing, not fully formed, not yet systematized into the formal scientific method we recognize today, but clearly emerging. The principles were there, being practiced, being refined through application. Systematic variation. Change one variable at a time to determine its effect. Medieval alchemists did this. Their notebooks show it. Prepared aqua fortis using same procedure as yesterday, but with twice the nitra. Result? Stronger acid, more violent reaction with silver. They were isolating variables, testing how changing specific factors affected outcomes. Documentation, keeping detailed notes of procedures and results. Alchemical manuscripts aren't vague, mystical musings. They're laboratory records, measurements, observations, descriptions of what happened when specific substances were combined under specific conditions. Heated mixture for 2 hours. Color changed from green to blue. Allowed to cool. Blue crystals formed. Careful notation of what was done and what resulted. Reproducibility. The expectation that others following the same procedure should get the same results. Alchemical recipes were written to be replicated. If you have done this correctly, you will observe these signs. They understood that knowledge should be verifiable, that procedures should produce consistent outcomes when properly executed. Falsification. Recognizing when experiments failed and adjusting hypotheses. Alchemical notebooks record failures alongside successes. Attempted transmutation using increased mercury proportion. Result: no change in base metal properties. Theory about mercury ratio appears incorrect. They acknowledged when predictions didn't match observations and modified their understanding accordingly. Peer verification. Sharing results with other practitioners for confirmation. Correspondence networks where alchemists exchanged findings. Can you replicate the distillation procedure I described? Does your aqua fortis dissolve silver as mine does? They were developing a culture of verification where claims were tested by multiple independent practitioners. Roger Bacon advocated this explicitly. His writings argued that experimental verification was superior to received authority. That direct observation should be trusted over traditional texts when they contradicted. That knowledge advanced through systematic investigation, not just through studying ancient authors. He was articulating methodological principles that wouldn't be formalized for centuries. Albertus Magnus described controlled experiments with careful observation. His accounts show systematic approach, establishing baseline conditions, introducing changes, observing effects, drawing conclusions based on what was actually seen rather than what should theoretically happen. This is experimental science, practiced in the 13th century. Anonymous alchemical notebooks show the same systematic variation and notation, testing different heating times, varying proportions of ingredients, recording results, identifying patterns, building understanding through accumulated observations rather than through theoretical deduction alone. What this methodology implied was revolutionary. Truth could be determined through systematic investigation, not just received from authorities. Tradition could be wrong. Observation might reveal errors in what ancient philosophers had claimed. Direct experience was more reliable than textual authority when they conflicted. Knowledge could be built collectively through shared experimentation, each practitioner contributing to cumulative understanding. These principles would become foundational to modern science, but not for 300 years. Consider the counterfactual. If alchemical experimentation had continued openly, if practitioners had been able to share findings freely, if the developing experimental methodology had been allowed to mature without suppression, might the scientific revolution have occurred in the 14th century instead of the 17th? It's not unreasonable speculation. The tools were there. The methodology was emerging. The intellectual framework was developing. What was missing was the social and institutional support for open investigation. When that support was withdrawn through suppression, the developing scientific method was interrupted. Some historians argue that suppression of alchemy was a significant factor delaying European scientific development. Medieval Islamic science had been systematically experimental. Arabic scholars were conducting controlled experiments, documenting procedures, building cumulative knowledge through the 9th, 10th, and 11th centuries. European alchemists inherited this tradition and were beginning to develop it further when suppression forced it underground. The gap between medieval Islamic scientific achievement and early modern European science was partly filled by the period when alchemy was being suppressed, when experimentation became dangerous, when sharing findings risked persecution, when systematic investigation had to hide itself in symbolic language or cease entirely. The cost wasn't just individual discoveries lost, it was a lost trajectory, an alternative historical path where experimental science emerged earlier, developed more continuously, built on medieval foundations instead of having to rebuild them centuries later. We spent 300 years reinventing what medieval alchemists had begun. Francis Bacon in the 17th century advocated for experimental method as if it were a novel idea. It wasn't. Roger Bacon had argued for the same principles 4 centuries earlier. The methodology that became formalized as the scientific method in the 17th and 18th centuries wasn't being invented. It was being reconstructed after suppression had interrupted its original development. The profound tragedy is temporal. Not just what was lost, but when it was lost. If the experimental method had continued developing from its medieval alchemical roots, human understanding of the natural world might have advanced centuries earlier. The scientific revolution might have been the scientific evolution, continuous development rather than rediscovery. Instead, suppression interrupted a beginning. The scientific method that alchemists were developing had to be reinvented by later generations, who didn't realize they were recreating something that had already started to emerge. The trajectory was broken, forcing science to take a longer, more circuitous path to the same destination. Medieval alchemists were inventing the scientific method. Suppression didn't just stop them, it erased the fact that they'd begun, forcing later scientists to start over from what they thought was the beginning, but was actually already partway through someone else's interrupted work. So why did it happen? Why did the church suppress something that was, in many ways, the beginning of modern science? The usual answer is that alchemy challenged religious authority. But the truth is more complicated and more cynical. The church said they condemned alchemy because it was sinful. But church financial records tell a different story. They were terrified that someone might actually succeed. Follow the money. It's advice that applies as well to medieval history as to modern scandals. And when you follow the money around alchemical suppression, you find motivations that never made it into official condemnations. The church was the largest economic institution in medieval Europe, not just spiritually powerful, economically dominant. Land holdings across the continent generating rents, tithes flowing from every parish, fees for sacraments, for masses, for papal dispensations, monopolies on certain goods and services. The church's wealth was staggering, and maintaining that wealth required economic stability. Monarchs controlled mints. They derived significant revenue from the exclusive right to convert precious metals into coins, charging fees for the service. They regulated currency, determined exchange rates, managed the precious metal supply. Royal treasuries depended on this control. Both institutions had massive vested interests in the existing precious metal economy. Gold and silver were the foundation of medieval wealth. Their value came partly from scarcity. Too much gold and the entire economic system would destabilize. Successful transmutation would have been catastrophic. If alchemists could actually make gold in quantity, gold would become worthless. Every treasury holding gold reserves would see those reserves lose value. Every loan denominated in gold would be undermined. The entire precious metal monetary system would collapse. But here's the interesting part. Even unsuccessful transmutation was economically threatening, because while alchemists failed to make gold from lead, they succeeded at something else, improving metallurgical processes in ways that increased precious metal supply. Alchemical refinement techniques recovered more gold and silver from ores. Better smelting methods extracted metals from lower-grade deposits that previous technology couldn't process. Improved assaying prevented fraud and waste. These advances weren't as dramatic as transmutation, but they genuinely increased the amount of precious metal in circulation. More supply meant potential devaluation, and devaluation threatened everyone whose wealth was based on precious metals, which meant the church and the crown. Papal financial records from the 14th century show explicit concerns about this. Discussions of whether alchemical gold, if created, should be confiscated to prevent market disruption. Worries about increased metal supply affecting the value of church treasuries. These weren't theological concerns. They were economic anxieties. Royal decrees attempted to control alchemical practice to protect mint revenues. Edward III of England issued orders that any alchemical gold produced had to be surrendered to the crown. The stated reason was preventing fraud. The actual reason was preventing economic disruption if someone succeeded. He tried to have it both ways, funding alchemists privately while controlling any success publicly. If his alchemists made gold, he wanted exclusive access to prevent devaluation. If other people's alchemists made gold, he wanted it confiscated for the same reason. Various cities restricted alchemical practice to protect guild structures. Venice banned certain types of metallurgical experimentation that might undermine the glassmakers' guild monopoly. Florence restricted who could practice metal refining to protect established assayers. These weren't religious restrictions. They were economic protectionism. Guild conflicts reveal the same pattern. Established craftsmen lobbied against alchemical innovations that threatened their monopolies. Dyers who'd perfected traditional techniques didn't want new alchemical dyes competing with their products. Metal workers with standard methods opposed alchemical improvements that would make their expertise obsolete. The church competed with alchemist physicians for medical patronage. Monastery hospitals and charitable institutions provided medical care as part of church ministry. This generated goodwill, demonstrated Christian charity, and created dependencies that reinforced church authority. Alchemical medicine threatened this. If apothecary alchemists created more effective treatments, patients would go to them instead of church institutions. Medical authority would shift outside church control, and medical authority meant economic influence. Wealthy patrons paid well for effective healthcare. Nobles established relationships with physicians who could treat them successfully. These relationships brought money, influence, access to power. The church didn't want to lose them to alchemist physicians whose treatments worked better. Alchemical dyeing and glassmaking generated wealth for craftsmen rather than traditional elites. A guild glassmaker who mastered alchemical color creation techniques could become wealthy independent of church or noble patronage. This was economic disruption from below. Common craftsmen accumulating wealth through knowledge rather than through service to traditional authorities. The pattern was clear. Alchemy represented economic change that threatened established interests, whether through successful transmutation that would destroy precious metal value, or through metallurgical improvements that increased supply, or through medical and craft applications that shifted wealth and authority outside traditional channels. Alchemy was economically dangerous to institutions that benefited from the status quo. Suppression makes sense through this lens, not theological sense, economic sense. Powerful institutions protecting their economic interests by suppressing technologies and knowledge that threaten those interests. The irony is that the same rulers who condemned alchemy publicly were often the ones funding it privately. Kings wanted alchemists to succeed, but only for them. They wanted the economic advantages of improved metallurgy and possible transmutation, while preventing competitors from accessing the same advantages. When that proved impossible to control, suppression became attractive. Better to eliminate the threat entirely than risk others gaining economic advantage. Better to maintain the existing precious metal economy, even if it meant forgoing potential benefits of alchemical innovations. Economic motivations rarely appear in official documents condemning alchemy. Those documents cite theology, morality, protection against fraud. They don't admit We're suppressing this because it threatens our revenue streams. That would be too honest, too cynical, too obviously self-interested. But the economic records tell the truth. The theological condemnations hide. Church treasurers worried about gold devaluation. Royal advisors concerned about mint revenues. Guildmasters lobbying for restrictions to protect monopolies. The real reasons for suppression were at least partly economic. Claiming alchemy was sinful or fraudulent or heretical sounded principled. Admitting it was economically threatening sounded venal. So the official justifications emphasized theology and morality, while the actual motivations included substantial economic self-interest. Follow the money, and you find institutions suppressing knowledge, not because it was wrong, but because it was economically inconvenient. Not because it was false, but because it threatened profitable monopolies. Not to protect souls, but to protect treasuries. But money wasn't the only thing the church was protecting. There was something else alchemy threatened, something even more valuable than gold. The church didn't fear what alchemists might create. They feared what alchemists might prove, that you didn't need the church to understand God's creation. Medieval knowledge had gatekeepers. The church controlled universities, founded them, staffed them, supervised their curricula, certified their graduates. Every institution of higher learning in Europe was church-affiliated. You couldn't get educated without church involvement. The church controlled libraries. Monasteries housed the major manuscript collections. Monks copied texts, determining what got preserved and what didn't. If the church didn't think a text worth copying, it disappeared. If they wanted a text preserved, multiple copies ensured survival. This was power, control over what knowledge existed in accessible form. Literacy itself was largely church-controlled. Monks and clergy were educated. Most lay people weren't. If you wanted to read, you likely needed church-sponsored education. And what you read was determined by what church institutions made available. The church certified teachers who could authoritatively explain texts, interpret nature, instruct students. These roles required church approval. Self-proclaimed teachers without credentials were suspect. Knowledge transmission was supposed to flow through official channels. Most fundamentally, the church maintained itself as sole legitimate interpreter of truth about both divine and natural reality. Questions about theology required church answers. But questions about nature did too. How the world worked, why things behaved as they did, what natural phenomena meant. These were church purview because nature was God's creation, and understanding creation required understanding Creator, which required church guidance. This system gave the church immense power. Control over education meant control over who became knowledgeable. Control over texts meant control over what knowledge circulated. Control over interpretation meant control over what conclusions people could draw from what they learned. Alchemy challenged every aspect of this monopoly. It proposed that anyone could discover truth about nature through observation and experiment, regardless of church authorization. A craftsman without formal education could make genuine discoveries through systematic experimentation. His lack of credentials didn't invalidate his findings, if they could be verified. Alchemy relied on texts from Islamic sources that competed with church-approved Aristotelian philosophy. Jabir ibn Hayyan, Avicenna, other Arabic scholars. Their works contained knowledge the church hadn't certified, ideas that didn't fit neatly into official frameworks. Alchemists citing these sources were implicitly claiming that truth existed outside church-approved channels. Informal networks of knowledge sharing developed outside university structures. Alchemists corresponded across Europe, exchanging findings, discussing procedures, building collective understanding without institutional oversight. Knowledge flowed horizontally through practitioner communities, bypassing official gatekeepers entirely. The implication was radical. Nature's secrets could be unlocked without theological training or church permission. You didn't need to study in church universities or read church-approved texts or receive church certification. You needed equipment, materials, careful observation, and willingness to experiment. The church responded by attempting to control alchemical texts. Which manuscripts could be copied or possessed became regulated. University libraries were purged of unapproved works. Private ownership of certain texts triggered investigation. If you couldn't control the knowledge, at least control its circulation. University natural philosophy teaching was required to conform to church-approved interpretations. Professors couldn't teach that observation should override Aristotle when they contradicted. Couldn't advocate for experimental verification over textual authority. The methodology developing in alchemical practice couldn't be openly taught in academic settings. Practitioners who claimed knowledge independent of church authority were persecuted. This was the pattern with Roger Bacon. His crime wasn't specific heresy. It was claiming that experimental knowledge could correct errors in traditional authorities. That direct investigation could reveal truth that ancient philosophers and church fathers had gotten wrong. Inquisitorial investigations focused on knowledge sources. Where did you learn this? From texts? Which texts? From teachers? Which teachers? From experiments? Who authorized those experiments? The questioning aimed to establish whether knowledge came from legitimate church-sanctioned channels or from suspect independent investigation. Academic restrictions prevented open teaching of experimental methods. Universities could teach Aristotelian natural philosophy. They could discuss approved interpretations of how nature worked, but systematic experimentation as a methodology for discovering truth. That couldn't be formally taught without raising questions about church knowledge monopoly. The underlying fear was simple but profound. If people could learn about nature through direct investigation, they might conclude they could learn about other things the same way. Today, nature. Tomorrow, theology. If systematic observation could correct Aristotle's errors about the material world, maybe it could identify errors in other authorities too. If truth could be discovered outside church channels, the church's role as knowledge gatekeeper was threatened, and that role was fundamental to church power. The church didn't just control salvation through sacraments, it controlled knowledge through education. Attack the knowledge monopoly, and you attacked the institutional foundation. This wasn't paranoia. Alchemy genuinely was developing an alternative epistemology, a different approach to truth than the official one. Instead of truth flowing downward from revelation through church interpretation, truth could be discovered upward from observation through experimental verification. That alternative epistemology would eventually triumph. The scientific revolution accomplished exactly what the church feared, establishing that systematic observation and experiment, not revealed truth and authority, were primary ways to understand the natural world. Natural philosophy became independent of theology. Investigating nature no longer required theological framework or church approval. Scientists could make claims about how the world worked based on evidence and testing, regardless of whether those claims matched church teaching. But that wouldn't happen for centuries. And it wouldn't happen while the church could suppress the developing experimental approach before it matured into systematic challenge to knowledge monopoly. The tragedy is that many alchemists saw no conflict between their experimental work and their faith. They believed studying creation honored the Creator. Understanding how God's handiwork functioned was a form of worship. They weren't rejecting Christianity. They were investigating Christian cosmology's material aspects. But the methodology they were developing challenged institutional control regardless of their intentions. The experimental approach: observe, test, verify independently, inherently bypassed church knowledge monopoly. It created knowledge outside official channels, validated claims through replication rather than authority, and spread understanding through practitioner networks rather than institutional teaching. The church recognized this threat, even if individual alchemists didn't. Systematic experimentation, producing verifiable knowledge, was incompatible with knowledge monopoly based on centralized authority. One or the other had to give. The church chose to suppress experimentation rather than surrender monopoly. Universities remained church institutions, teaching church-approved knowledge through the medieval period and beyond. Libraries remained under church control. Literacy remained largely church-mediated. The knowledge monopoly was preserved by suppressing the alternative epistemology that threatened it. But the alternative didn't disappear entirely. It went underground, preserved partially, waiting for conditions that would allow it to emerge and develop into systematic challenge the church had feared. Economic disruption and knowledge competition were serious threats. But there was a third reason for suppression, one that goes deeper than money or authority. It was about the nature of reality itself. Alchemy suggested that the cosmos worked differently than the church taught. And if the church was wrong about how reality worked, what else might they be wrong about? The medieval cosmos had structure, clear, divinely ordained structure. Earth at the center, motionless, the fixed point around which everything else revolved. Celestial spheres above, carrying the moon, planets, sun, and stars in perfect circular motions. Beyond the outermost sphere, the dwelling of God and the angels, the realm of pure spirit and perfection. This wasn't just astronomy. It was theology made physical. The cosmos reflected divine order. Heaven above, literally, physically above, morally and spiritually superior. Earth below, the realm of corruption, sin, materiality. The hierarchy was vertical, with perfection increasing as you moved upward through the spheres toward God. The moon divided the cosmos into two fundamentally different regions. Below the moon, the terrestrial realm, matter was corruptible, changing, imperfect. Things grew and decayed, lived and died, transformed and degraded. Above the moon, the celestial realm, matter was incorruptible, unchanging, perfect. The stars maintained their patterns eternally. The spheres rotated with mathematical precision. This cosmology reinforced theological principles at every level. Spiritual perfection was literally above, material corruption literally below. divine order manifested in unchanging celestial motions. The hierarchy of being from corrupt matter through perfectible human souls to angelic spirits to God mapped onto physical cosmic structure. Alchemy challenged this entire framework, not through argument but through implication, through what alchemical discoveries suggested about how matter actually behaved. If matter could be perfected through human action, if transmutation was possible, then the terrestrial realm wasn't inherently corrupt. Base metals becoming gold meant material perfection was achievable, not fixed at creation. The hierarchy wasn't permanent. Change meant potential for improvement, not just degradation. If chemical processes were governed by discoverable natural laws, then divine intervention wasn't needed for every material change. Acids dissolving metals, substances transforming through heating, compounds forming through combination. These followed patterns, reproducible patterns, laws that could be understood and applied. Nature operated according to principles, not through constant miraculous divine action. If stars and planets influenced terrestrial substances, as astrological alchemy claimed, then the celestial and terrestrial realms weren't absolutely separate. The division the moon was supposed to mark became questionable. If celestial bodies affected earthly matter, the two realms were connected, interactive, part of unified system rather than hierarchical separation. If understanding and manipulating matter was possible through systematic investigation, then the cosmos was more lawful and less miraculous than taught. Knowledge came from observation, not revelation. Transformation happened through technique, not divine intervention. The material world could be understood and controlled through human effort. Alchemical theory proposed fundamental unity of matter. All metals were composed of the same primal substances, philosophical mercury and sulfur, in different proportions and purities. This contradicted fixed essences. If all metals were ultimately the same substance in varying states of purity and combination, the boundaries between them weren't absolute. Matter was unified, transformable, fluid rather than fixed in divine taxonomy. Some alchemists went further, suggesting that celestial and terrestrial matter followed the same laws, that the same principles governing transformation in laboratory vessels applied throughout the cosmos, that the division between corrupt earthly matter and perfect heavenly matter was artificial. Everything was matter, subject to the same underlying principles of transformation. The theological implications were staggering. If humans could perfect matter, could take base lead and transform it into perfect gold, they were participating in divine creative power. But that power was supposed to belong only to God. Humans could craft and reshape what God created, but fundamental transformation, perfection of substance, that was divine prerogative. Alchemy suggested otherwise, suggested that perfection was achievable through knowledge and technique, that matter had potential built into it, waiting to be realized through proper procedures. That creation wasn't finished, fixed, complete, but ongoing, with humans capable of participating in perfecting what God had made. This created theological crisis that went beyond specific doctrinal points. If the material world operated by natural laws discoverable through experimentation, what role did miracles play? If transformation followed patterns anyone could learn and apply, what made biblical miracles special? Were they suspensions of natural law, or applications of higher natural laws that humans hadn't discovered yet? If humans could transform matter systematically, what made divine creation special? If the same processes happened in laboratories that happened in nature, was nature itself just divine laboratory operating according to discoverable principles? Where was the distinction between natural and supernatural if everything followed laws? If the cosmos was more unified and lawful than the hierarchical Christian model suggested, was that model wrong? If matter wasn't divided into corrupt terrestrial and perfect celestial, if transformation followed the same principles everywhere, if perfection was achievable rather than fixed, then the entire cosmological framework needed rethinking. These questions appeared in Inquisition trial records. Alchemists accused of implicitly denying divine providence by claiming natural processes were sufficient explanation for material transformation. Charged with suggesting that human knowledge and effort could accomplish what should require divine power. Condemned for investigating matter in ways that undermined cosmological hierarchy. The accusations weren't unfair. Alchemy did imply these things. Maybe not explicitly. Most alchemists would have rejected the charge that they were denying God's role in creation. But the methodology and discoveries inherently challenged the cosmological framework the Church taught. Because if you could dissolve gold with acids, gold wasn't incorruptible perfection. If you could transform mercury from liquid to solid to liquid again, matter wasn't fixed in eternal forms. If you could create colors in glass through controlled chemistry, celestial influences weren't necessary to explain material properties. Nature was more manipulable, more understandable, more lawful than the official cosmology allowed. The stakes were profound. This wasn't about protecting doctrine for doctrine's sake. It was about maintaining the entire medieval Christian understanding of reality. The cosmos the Church taught wasn't just a model. It was the foundation for understanding humanity's place in creation, the nature of sin and salvation, the relationship between matter and spirit. If that cosmology crumbled, what remained? If Earth wasn't the center, if matter wasn't hierarchically divided between corrupt and perfect, if transformation was natural rather than miraculous, if humans could understand and control creation through systematic investigation, then the entire theological framework built on cosmological foundations would need reconstruction. The Church chose to defend the cosmology by suppressing the knowledge that challenged it. Alchemy threatened not just inconvenient discoveries, but the coherence of Christian cosmological understanding. Better to eliminate the threat than allow it to develop into systematic challenge that would require either defending an increasingly untenable cosmic model or admitting the model was wrong. Centuries later, the Church would lose this battle. The cosmos doesn't work the way medieval theology claimed. Earth isn't the center. Matter isn't divided into terrestrial corruption and celestial perfection. Transformation follows natural laws. The hierarchical cosmos was wrong. But in the medieval period, suppressing alchemy delayed that realization, protected cosmological framework from challenge it couldn't withstand. So the Church suppressed alchemy to protect its economy, its knowledge monopoly, and its cosmology. They succeeded. For a while. But they couldn't suppress it forever. The question is, what survived? When you can't write heat, sulfur, and mercury, you write, the Red King must marry the White Queen. The message survives, but it becomes a riddle. And eventually, everyone forgets there was ever an answer. Alchemical communication transformed under pressure. What had been relatively straightforward chemical procedures became wrapped in layers of symbolism so dense they were nearly impenetrable. Not because alchemists suddenly became mystical, because mysticism was safer than chemistry. The green lion devouring the sun sounds like mythology, reads like spiritual allegory. But to an alchemist who knew the code, it meant something specific. Take aqua fortis, nitric acid, which often appeared greenish from copper contamination, and use it to dissolve gold, the metal associated with the sun. Practical chemistry disguised as cosmic drama, the marriage of the Red King and White Queen. Alchemical texts describe this union in elaborate metaphorical language. Royal wedding, sacred conjunction, divine union. Strip away the poetry, and you had a chemical procedure. Combine sulfur-based substances, designated male, associated with the color red, with mercury-based substances, designated female, associated with white or silver. The marriage was mixing reagents. The peacock's tail referred to the spectrum of colors that appeared during certain heating processes. As substances transformed through different chemical states, they displayed changing colors, green to blue to purple to red, like a peacock's fanned tail. This was observation of actual chemical phenomena, described in symbolic language that made it sound miraculous rather than methodical. Hundreds of coded names existed for common substances. Mercury alone had dozens. Quicksilver, the serpent, the dragon, philosophical Mercury, the water of life, the mother, the moon. Each text might use different terminology. Understanding required either being taught the code or having enough chemical knowledge to decode it through context and experimentation. This encoding served multiple purposes. Most obviously, protection. If authorities found your manuscript and it appeared to be mystical speculation about spiritual transformation, you could defend it as allegory. See, it's about the soul's purification, not actual chemistry. Symbolic language provided plausible deniability, but it also preserved trade secrets. Even if authorities didn't care, you didn't want competitors understanding your procedures. Coded language meant only those who'd been initiated, who'd been taught what the symbols meant, could extract practical information. Knowledge remained valuable partly because it remained exclusive, and the symbolism created sacred mystery that helped justify continued study. If alchemy was just chemistry, persecution made it seem foolish to continue. But if alchemy was sacred wisdom, mysteries revealing cosmic truths, spiritual as well as material transformation, that was worth risking for. The encoding made the knowledge seem more precious than simple chemical procedures would have. This symbolic language was preserved through multiple traditions. Rosicrucian manifestos in the 17th century claimed to possess alchemical secrets. Their texts were heavily symbolic, promising enlightenment through hidden knowledge. The practical chemistry underneath the symbols was often invisible, but the symbols themselves survived. Hermetic and Kabbalistic traditions absorbed alchemical symbolism, the imagery of transformation, of ascending through stages of perfection, of hidden wisdom. These fit well with esoteric spiritual frameworks. Alchemical symbols were incorporated into broader mystical systems. Masonic rituals used alchemical imagery. The metaphors of building, of perfecting rough stone into polished work, of ascending through degrees of knowledge. These paralleled alchemical transformation symbolism, Freemasonry preserved alchemical language even as it moved further from alchemical practice. Renaissance art incorporated alchemical symbols. Paintings included subtle imagery, lions and dragons, kings and queens, suns and moons, that initiated viewers would recognize as alchemical references. Architecture featured symbolic decorations encoding alchemical principles. The knowledge was hidden in plain sight, visible to those who knew how to read it. But preservation came with cost. The original practical meaning was often lost, even to those who preserved the symbols. Later generations inherited texts describing the Red King's marriage, but didn't know it meant mixing sulfur and mercury compounds. They interpreted it spiritually, mystically, philosophically, which was valid interpretation, but incomplete. Genuine chemical procedures became mythologized beyond recognition. What started as practical laboratory instructions became cosmic allegories, disconnected from their chemical origins. The symbolic overlay became so thick that recovering the practical content required either being taught directly or extensive chemical knowledge to decode the symbolism back to procedures. Later practitioners sometimes couldn't distinguish between symbolic interpretation and actual laboratory practice. Should you literally mix substances, or was the whole thing metaphorical? Texts gave conflicting signals. Some seemed to describe real chemistry. Others seemed purely spiritual. Often the same text mixed both, leaving readers uncertain which passages were practical instructions and which were symbolic interpretation. The irony was painful. Encoding preserved knowledge through suppression's worst periods. The symbols survived when explicit chemistry couldn't, but encoding also transformed the knowledge. What emerged wasn't quite what went in. Mystical symbolism had replaced or at least heavily obscured experimental chemistry. The alchemical language that survived was often more mystical than the original practices had been. Medieval alchemists had used some symbolic language, but they'd also kept straightforward laboratory records. Suppression forced everything into symbolic mode, and symbols, divorced from the practices they encoded, became their own tradition, mysticism that referenced chemistry without necessarily understanding the chemistry it referenced. The message survived, but it became a riddle that fewer and fewer people could solve, until eventually most forgot there had ever been a practical answer underneath the poetic language. But symbols and codes could only preserve so much. The real continuation of alchemical knowledge happened in a place nobody was watching, the workshops of craftsmen who never stopped working. While alchemists were being condemned for trying to transform matter, glassmakers were transforming matter every day. The difference was that glassmakers called it a trade secret, not alchemy. Guild craftsmen had a significant advantage during suppression. Nobody recognized what they were doing as alchemy, because they didn't call it alchemy. They called it their trade, their craft, their traditional techniques passed down through generations. Nothing suspicious about that. Glassmakers continued chemical experimentation with metal oxides to create colors. They were conducting sophisticated chemistry, understanding how cobalt compounds produced blue, how gold chloride created red, how copper variations yielded different shades of green. They manipulated oxidation states, controlled heating temperatures precisely, created consistent results through understanding chemical principles. But they called it glass making. Not alchemy, just traditional craft knowledge. Metalworkers refined alloys and heat treatments. They understood that adding specific amounts of carbon to iron produced steel with particular properties, that quenching in different liquids affected hardness and flexibility, that tempering at precise temperatures achieved desired characteristics. This was metallurgical chemistry, systematic understanding of how materials responded to treatment, but they called it smithing. Traditional metalworking. Nothing more. Dyers manipulated mordants and reagents to fix colors permanently. They knew which substances made dyes bond to which fabrics, how pH affected color intensity, which combinations produced colors. Neither component would create alone. They were conducting complex organic chemistry, understanding molecular interactions they couldn't name but could reliably control. But they called it dyeing. Trade secrets of the Dyers Guild. Not alchemy. Apothecaries distilled medicines and created compounds using the same equipment and techniques condemned when called alchemy. Alembics for separating alcohol from fermented substances. Retorts for heating and condensing. Methods for extracting active compounds from plants. Creating tinctures, elixirs, pharmaceutical preparations that genuinely worked. But they called it pharmacy. Medicine making. Their traditional profession. Completely acceptable. Miners developed better smelting and refining techniques. They improved extraction of metals from ores, created more efficient furnaces, refined assaying methods to test metal purity. This was practical chemistry applied to metallurgy, systematic experimentation to improve yields and quality. But they called it mining engineering. Traditional practice refined through experience. Nothing to do with forbidden alchemy. The guild preservation system ensured continuity. Techniques were taught through apprenticeship. Master to student. Hands-on demonstration. Years of practice under supervision. This oral and experiential transmission was more reliable than manuscripts for preserving practical knowledge. As long as masters kept training apprentices, the knowledge continued. Trade secrets were fiercely protected. Guild regulations forbade teaching outsiders. This secrecy prevented external interference. Authorities couldn't regulate what they didn't fully understand, and guilds deliberately kept their techniques opaque to outsiders. Practical results mattered more than theory. If a process worked, if it produced the desired glass color, the superior alloy, the effective medicine, guilds kept using it regardless of official doctrines about how matter should behave. They didn't care whether it fit church-approved philosophy. They cared whether it worked. Innovation continued throughout the suppression period. German mining communities in the 15th and 16th centuries developed increasingly sophisticated assaying techniques for testing ore quality and metal purity. These methods were documented in mining treatises that looked like technical manuals, not threatening philosophy. Italian glassmakers created new colors and forms, pushing the boundaries of what could be achieved with glass chemistry. Venetian cristallo, exceptionally clear glass, required precise understanding of which impurities to remove and which to retain. This was advanced materials science, practiced without calling it science. Apothecaries produced increasingly effective medicines as distillation techniques improved. Better alcohol purification meant better tinctures. Refined extraction methods yielded more potent preparations. The pharmaceutical applications of chemistry advanced steadily, even as philosophical alchemy was suppressed. The crucial point: these craftsmen were conducting the same chemical operations that philosophical alchemists had been condemned for. Heating substances, combining materials, observing transformations, documenting what worked. The procedures were identical. The understanding was similar. Only the framing was different. Because guild craftsmen focused on practical application rather than theoretical understanding, they avoided persecution. They weren't claiming to understand the fundamental nature of matter or challenging church doctrines about divine order. They were just making glass, forging metal, dyeing fabric, preparing medicines. Traditional crafts, nothing suspicious. This practical knowledge eventually fed back into formal chemistry. When chemistry emerged as accepted science in the 17th and 18th centuries, it drew heavily on craft traditions. Early chemists didn't just invent techniques from scratch. They documented, systematized, and built upon procedures craftsmen had been using for centuries. Georgius Agricola's metallurgical texts in the 16th century documented mining and smelting practices. He described assaying techniques, ore processing methods, metallurgical procedures that mining communities had developed. His work made craft knowledge accessible to educated readers, translating practice into text. Andreas Libavius's chemistry texts in the early 17th century incorporated pharmaceutical preparation methods, distillation procedures, extraction techniques, compounding methods. He was documenting apothecary practices, making them part of formal chemistry. The experimental tradition that characterized early modern chemistry came partly from craft practices that had preserved alchemical techniques. The emphasis on practical demonstration, on procedures that could be replicated, on building knowledge through systematic observation. These weren't new to chemistry. They'd been maintained in guild workshops throughout the period when philosophical alchemy was suppressed. The suppression of philosophical alchemy was incomplete precisely because practical alchemy continued under different names. You could condemn transmutation theory all you wanted, but you couldn't eliminate glassmaking, metalworking, dyeing, pharmacy, mining. These were essential industries, and they preserved chemical knowledge, even while philosophical chemistry was driven underground. When chemistry eventually emerged into respectability, it found much of its practical foundation already established. Not because alchemists had triumphantly preserved their traditions in secret societies, but because craftsmen had never stopped working, never stopped experimenting, never stopped refining their techniques. They just stopped calling it alchemy. Craft guilds preserved practical techniques. Symbolic traditions preserved mystical frameworks. But there was one more way alchemical knowledge survived, one that would eventually bring it back into the open. Chemistry didn't replace alchemy. It inherited everything alchemy had discovered, changed the name, and pretended it had started from scratch. 17th century natural philosophers began conducting chemical experiments openly. Robert Boyle in England, experimenting with gases and air pressure. Continental researchers investigating acids and combustion. They were using alchemical equipment, following alchemical procedures, building on alchemical discoveries, but carefully, deliberately distancing themselves from the word alchemy. The terminology changed. Calcination became oxidation. Same process, new name. Distillation became fractional distillation when described with precision and measurement. Sublimation remained as a term, but was redefined in more rigorous language. The procedures were identical. The framing was different. Equipment was adopted wholesale. Retorts, alembics, furnaces. The standard apparatus of alchemical laboratories became standard apparatus of chemical laboratories. The glassware designs alchemists had refined over centuries became chemistry equipment. Same tools, different context. Discoveries were inherited directly. The mineral acids alchemists had prepared, nitric, sulfuric, hydrochloric, became fundamental to chemistry. Alcohol distillation techniques became standard. Metallurgical processes alchemists had developed were incorporated into chemical metallurgy. The practical knowledge transfer was nearly complete, but the acknowledged heritage was minimal. Early chemists needed to distinguish their work from condemned alchemy. They emphasized what was different: quantitative measurement, mathematical description, systematic classification based on observable properties rather than symbolic correspondences. They framed chemistry as new philosophy, emerging from rational investigation, untainted by mystical speculation. This strategic distancing required creating historical narratives that minimized or erased alchemical contributions. Chemistry, the story went, emerged from natural philosophy, from Aristotelian matter theory refined through careful observation, from the empirical tradition of Bacon and Descartes. Alchemy was mentioned, if at all, as primitive proto-chemistry, that chemistry had superseded. Discoveries were attributed to contemporary figures or recent predecessors. Lavoisier discovered oxygen and developed systematic chemistry. His work genuinely was systematic and rigorous, but it built on centuries of practical chemistry that alchemists and craftsmen had developed. Dalton proposed atomic theory, as if the idea that matter consisted of fundamental particles combining in different ratios was entirely novel, when alchemical theory had proposed similar concepts with different language. The irony runs deep. Many chemistry founders had studied alchemical texts extensively. Newton conducted alchemical experiments for decades, filled notebooks with alchemical observations, clearly drew on alchemical knowledge. Yet the chemistry that emerged from this period portrayed itself as independent of alchemical tradition. Early chemistry textbooks sometimes plagiarized procedures from alchemical manuscripts, while condemning alchemy as primitive and misguided. Take an alchemical preparation method. Describe it in quantitative terms with modern vocabulary. Present it as chemical procedure. Same process, stripped of symbolic language, claimed as chemistry rather than acknowledged as inherited from alchemy. The knowledge transfers are traceable. Lavoisier's systematic classification of substances built on alchemical approaches to grouping materials by properties and behaviors. He made it more rigorous, more quantitative, more systematic. But the fundamental project of classifying substances by observable characteristics was alchemical. Dalton's atomic theory, that elements consisted of atoms combining in fixed ratios to form compounds, echoed alchemical ideas about primal particles or principles combining in different proportions. The alchemists' mercury-sulfur theory was wrong in specifics but right in concept. Substances were composed of more fundamental components combining in varying amounts. early chemical notation evolved from alchemical symbols. The practice of representing substances with symbols rather than writing out full names came from alchemy. Chemistry refined and standardized the symbolism, but didn't invent the idea. Even the experimental approach, the emphasis on practical demonstration, reproducible procedures, systematic variation to determine effects, came significantly from alchemical practice. Chemistry formalized and rigorized these methods, but the core methodology had been developing in alchemical laboratories. What chemistry did was purge the philosophical and spiritual elements, the cosmological speculation, the mystical interpretation, the symbolic language that had accumulated around and through alchemy. Chemistry stripped that away, kept the practical procedures, the experimental approach, the accumulated knowledge about how substances behaved, discarded the framework that had made alchemy threatening to church authority. This created a strange situation. Chemistry inherited alchemy's legacy, while denying the inheritance, built on alchemical foundations, while claiming to be something entirely new, used alchemical knowledge, while condemning alchemy as foolish pursuit of impossible goals. The resurrection was real but unacknowledged. Alchemy came back, but under a new name, wearing different clothes, claiming different parentage. The knowledge survived. The practical understanding of chemical processes, the procedures for manipulating materials, the accumulated observations about transformation, all continued into chemistry. But the connection was deliberately obscured. Chemistry positioned itself as rational, empirical, modern science untainted by mystical speculation. Alchemy was relegated to historical curiosity, interesting perhaps as an early wrong turn, but not as chemistry's genuine predecessor. Modern chemistry is, in significant ways, resurrected alchemy. Same core knowledge about material transformation, same experimental approach of systematic observation and testing, same practical procedures refined and renamed. The philosophical overlay was removed. The symbolic language was discarded. The mystical elements were purged. But underneath, the knowledge was continuous. Chemistry didn't discover how to prepare acids from scratch. It inherited the procedures and refined them. Didn't invent distillation independently. It adopted and systematized alchemical techniques. Didn't develop classification systems without precedent. It built on organizational approaches alchemists had begun. The inheritance was real, even when unacknowledged. Chemistry is alchemy's intellectual heir, whether or not early chemists wanted to admit the relationship. The knowledge was too useful, too well established, too practically valuable to discard. So it was kept, renamed, reframed as something new rather than acknowledged as something inherited. So alchemy survived in symbols, in craft guilds, and in chemistry itself. But this raises a final question. What did we lose that hasn't come back? What knowledge disappeared so completely that we don't even know what we're missing? We know the names of alchemical manuscripts that were burned. We know they contained procedures and discoveries, but we'll never know what was in them. That knowledge died in the flames. The destruction was systematic. Inquisition burnings didn't just target people. They targeted libraries. When alchemists were condemned, their entire collections went to the flames. Shelves of manuscripts accumulated over lifetimes, copied at great expense, preserved through generations, all reduced to ash in a single afternoon. Cecco d'Ascoli's library burned with him in 1327. We know he owned alchemical texts because trial records mention them. We know some were unique copies, works that existed nowhere else. We know he'd made his own observations, kept his own notebooks documenting experiments and results. All of it destroyed. What discoveries did those notebooks contain? We'll never know. Monastery library purges eliminated suspicious texts during periods of heightened persecution. Abbots, under pressure from church authorities, would order reviews of their collections. Manuscripts deemed problematic would be removed. Sometimes they were transferred to restricted collections where only approved scholars could access them. Often they were simply burned. Safer to destroy than to risk harboring forbidden knowledge. Personal notebooks disappeared when practitioners died without successors. An alchemist executed or imprisoned couldn't pass down his records. His family, fearing association, might destroy his papers. Or they'd be confiscated by authorities and lost to history. Each destroyed notebook represented years or decades of accumulated observation and experimentation. Gone. War and time claimed manuscripts that survived persecution. Fire didn't discriminate between forbidden texts and approved ones. Water damage, decay, the simple fragility of parchment and paper. Texts hidden successfully from authorities often didn't survive other hazards. Found centuries later, they'd be illegible fragments, too damaged to reconstruct. The frustration is in the references. Surviving manuscripts mention other works that no longer exist. As I described in my earlier volume on the preparation of metals. But that earlier volume is lost. We know it existed. We know it contained detailed procedures. We can't read it. Procedures reference prior steps that aren't included. Having prepared the substance as previously instructed, but the previous instructions aren't in the manuscript. Were they in a separate text? In an earlier section that's now missing? Were they transmitted orally and never written down? We can't know. Cryptic references to techniques or materials can't be decoded from surviving context. Using the method of the Andalusian masters. Which method? Which masters? If no other text survives describing that technique, the reference is meaningless. A tantalizing hint of knowledge that's permanently inaccessible. Modern scholars analyze marginal notes in surviving manuscripts, hoping to extract clues about lost texts. Annotations like differs from Albertus's account tell us someone had read Albertus's account and found discrepancies. But if we don't have Albertus's original text, we can't know what the difference was or why it mattered. Scientists attempt to reconstruct procedures from fragmentary descriptions. Sometimes it works. Enough context survives to piece together the process through chemical knowledge and experimentation. Often it doesn't. Critical details are missing. Steps are omitted. Measurements aren't specified. The procedure remains lost despite references to it. Historians compile lists of known to have existed, but now lost manuscripts. Citations in other works. Library catalogues from before purges. Trial records mentioning confiscated texts. The lists are long and depressing. Hundreds of works we know existed, know were considered significant, No contained valuable information. All gone. Some losses we can quantify. We know certain procedures were documented in texts that no longer survive because later authors reference those texts specifically. We know what topics they covered, even if we can't read them. The knowledge that we're missing specific, identifiable information is its own kind of frustration. Other losses we can only intuit. How many manuscripts were destroyed without anyone ever referencing them in surviving texts? How many alchemists worked in isolation, made discoveries, documented them, and then had everything destroyed when persecution came? We can't count what left no trace. But absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence. The unknown losses might dwarf the known ones. The sobering realization: some knowledge is simply gone forever. Not hidden, waiting to be rediscovered. Not preserved in obscure archives waiting to be found. Gone. Destroyed deliberately and thoroughly enough that no recovery is possible. Suppression didn't just delay progress. It permanently erased portions of human knowledge. Later generations didn't just have to rediscover. They had to reinvent from scratch, without even knowing what had been lost. Without the foundation earlier alchemists had built. Without the observations they'd documented. Without the procedures they'd refined. The manuscripts that burned contained solutions to problems, answers to questions, knowledge painstakingly accumulated through careful observation and systematic experimentation. That knowledge is gone, and with it, whatever advances might have built upon it, whatever further discoveries might have stemmed from it, whatever applications might have emerged from understanding those suppressed alchemists had achieved. We can list the titles of lost works, but we can't recover their contents. The knowledge died in the flames, and we're left knowing only that we've lost something valuable without being able to know exactly what it was. But it's not just old manuscripts we lost. Modern science might be missing entire approaches to understanding chemistry, ways of thinking that were suppressed before they could develop. Alchemy was developing theories that don't appear in modern chemistry. We can see fragments of those theories, but we'll never know where they would have led. Alchemical classification systems organize substances differently than modern chemistry. They grouped materials not by atomic structure, which they couldn't observe, but by how substances transformed. What happened when you heated them? How they reacted to acids? Which other substances they combined with readily? This was classification by behavior and relationship rather than by composition. Some fragments suggest they were moving toward recognizing patterns, metals that behaved similarly in certain reactions, substances that consistently produced similar results when processed in similar ways. These patterns might have developed into periodic understanding, organized by chemical reactivity rather than atomic weight. We'll never know, because suppression interrupted the development before the patterns could be fully systematized. Astrological chemistry explored relationships between cosmic cycles and material properties. Modern science dismisses this as superstition, but were alchemists observing something real? Some substances do have properties affected by environmental rhythms, temperature cycles, seasonal variations, atmospheric changes. Astrological chemistry might have been crude recognition of these influences, attributed to celestial bodies because the actual mechanisms weren't understood. If that line of investigation had continued, might it have discovered genuine correlations between periodic cycles and chemical behavior? We can't know. The framework was suppressed, before it could be refined from mystical cosmology into systematic observation of environmental influences on materials, sympathies and antipathies between substances, alchemical concepts about which materials naturally combined and which resisted combination. Modern chemistry calls this chemical affinity and reactivity. The alchemists were observing real phenomena. Some substances react readily, others don't. They were developing a language for describing these relationships. The theoretical framework they were building around sympathies might have led somewhere interesting if it had been allowed to mature. Instead of thinking about electron configurations and bond energies, they were thinking about inherent relationships between materials. Different model, potentially different insights, degrees of qualities, heat, cold, wetness, dryness, were used to categorize chemical properties. A substance might be hot in the 3rd degree, or cold and dry in the 2nd degree. This sounds mystical, but it was attempting to systematize observable properties. Substances that were hot tended to be caustic, reactive, energetic in their transformations. Cold substances were more stable, less reactive. This categorical approach might have developed into useful organizational framework if refined. Instead of our modern property tables listing melting points and reactivity series, an alternative chemistry might have developed more qualitative but perhaps more intuitive classification systems based on degrees and qualities. Theories about primal matter and how it manifested in different forms were moving toward understanding that substances had underlying unity. All metals as variations of the same fundamental material in different states of purity and combination. This was wrong in specifics, but right in principle. Matter is unified at fundamental levels. Elements do consist of the same basic particles arranged differently. If this theoretical direction had continued developing, where might it have led? Not to modern atomic theory. The experimental techniques needed for that didn't exist yet, but perhaps to different insights about material unity, about transformation as reorganization of fundamental components, about the relationships between apparently different substances. The counterfactual is genuinely uncertain. If alchemical theory had continued developing openly, with practitioners sharing findings and building collaborative understanding, chemistry might have emerged with different fundamental concepts. Not better or worse necessarily, but different. Organized around different principles, asking different questions, pursuing different research directions. Modern chemistry developed along particular pathways, determined partly by which alchemical knowledge survived, and partly by the theoretical frameworks that dominated when chemistry emerged as accepted science. But those weren't the only possible pathways. Alchemical approaches that were suppressed might have led to alternative frameworks. Chemistry, as it developed, has its own blind spots and limitations. The things we don't readily see or easily investigate partly depend on how we've organized our understanding. Alternative frameworks might have made some phenomena more obvious while obscuring others. Different questions might have been asked. Different connections might have been noticed. We can see hints of these alternative approaches in alchemical fragments. Classifications that don't map neatly onto modern categories. Theoretical frameworks that seem strange because they're organized around unfamiliar principles. Observations that modern chemistry explains differently, or sometimes doesn't explain at all, because they don't fit standard frameworks. This is speculation, but grounded speculation. We can see directions alchemists were heading based on surviving texts and practices. We can extrapolate what might have developed if those directions had been pursued rather than suppressed. We can acknowledge that suppression didn't just eliminate specific knowledge, but entire potential trajectories of theoretical development. The alternative chemistry that never was might have discovered things modern chemistry missed, might have organized understanding in ways that made certain connections more obvious, might have pursued research directions that standard chemistry hasn't explored because they don't fit established frameworks. Or it might not have. The theories might have led to dead ends. The frameworks might have proven less useful than modern approaches. But we'll never know. Suppression ensured those alternatives couldn't develop, couldn't be tested, couldn't demonstrate whether they held genuine insights or would have been superseded anyway. The loss isn't just of specific knowledge, but of possibility, of entire approaches to understanding material transformation that were beginning to emerge but were interrupted before they could mature into developed theories. We lost not just what alchemists knew, but what they might have discovered if allowed to continue. Lost manuscripts and alternative theories are abstract losses. But there's one more thing alchemy might have given us, something more practical and more immediate, that we'll never have now. We'll never know if medieval alchemists discovered cures we're still searching for. Their knowledge was destroyed, and with it, perhaps the solutions to suffering we haven't solved. The medical evidence is fragmentary but tantalizing. References in surviving texts to treatments that worked for conditions we still struggle with. Descriptions of preparation methods too complex to fully reconstruct from incomplete instructions. Accounts of cures that seemed effective but whose exact formulations were lost. Medieval pain management using alchemically prepared medicines sometimes appeared more effective than later approaches. Multiple sources describe treatments that controlled severe pain without the stupefying effects of crude opium preparations. The medicines were created through multi-stage alchemical processing, distillations, extractions, careful combinations. What compounds were they isolating? We can guess based on the plants mentioned, but the specific procedures made the difference between effective treatment and ineffective crude extract. Skin conditions resistant to other remedies sometimes responded to metal-based alchemical preparations. Silver compounds, mercury preparations, copper treatments. Modern medicine recognizes some of these have genuine antimicrobial and healing properties. But alchemical texts describe preparation methods more sophisticated than simple application of metal salts. They knew that how you prepared the compound mattered as much as which metal you used. Lost preparation methods might have created forms of these medicinal metals that were more effective and less toxic than the versions we use today. But the techniques were too dependent on experiential knowledge, exact timing, temperature control, visual cues during preparation, to be fully captured in written descriptions. When the practitioners who knew these methods died without trained successors, the knowledge died with them. Digestive medicines created through multi-stage alchemical preparation were reportedly highly effective. The processes involved fermentation, distillation, careful extraction of specific plant components, combination in precise sequences. Modern medicine has effective digestive treatments, but they're very different from what alchemical physicians created. Were the alchemical preparations addressing things our modern treatments miss? We can't know. The vulnerability of pharmaceutical knowledge to loss was particularly acute. Unlike metallurgical techniques that could be approximated and refined through trial and error, medical preparations required precision. Wrong dosage, wrong combination, Wrong preparation method meant ineffective or dangerous medicine. The knowledge had to be transmitted accurately, but accurate transmission required either excellent written documentation or reliable apprenticeship. Persecution disrupted both. Detailed written procedures might incriminate you. Taking apprentices became risky. What if they were investigated and revealed your practices under pressure? The chains of transmission broke. Later, pharmaceutical development emphasized what was profitable. Time-intensive alchemical preparations requiring skilled practitioners and expensive equipment were abandoned, even if effective. Simpler formulations that could be mass-produced became standard. We might have lost effective treatments, not because they didn't work, but because they weren't economically viable in changed contexts. The uncertainty is profound. We can't know if lost alchemical medicines would have led to modern cures. Maybe they were pursuing dead ends. Maybe modern approaches are superior. But we can see evidence they were exploring chemical approaches to healing that were later abandoned rather than developed. Whole categories of pharmaceutical chemistry that were nascent in alchemical medicine but weren't pursued when chemistry formalized. Somewhere in burned manuscripts might have been descriptions of compound preparations that isolated or created substances we're still trying to develop. Somewhere in lost oral traditions might have been techniques for creating medicines whose mechanisms we don't understand, but whose effects were genuine. Somewhere in the knowledge that was destroyed might have been keys to treatments we desperately need. We're searching for cures that might have already been found and then forgotten. Investigating chemical approaches that alchemical physicians might have explored centuries ago before suppression eliminated their work. Trying to develop pharmaceutical preparations that might have existed in more primitive but potentially effective forms in alchemical medicine. The human cost is impossible to quantify, but impossible to ignore. If even one lost alchemical medicine could have treated a condition we still can't cure effectively, how many lives might have been saved over the intervening centuries? How much suffering might have been prevented? We can't know. But we can recognize that suppression didn't just erase abstract knowledge. It potentially eliminated healing. The tragedy is layered. Knowledge destroyed. Lives lost to conditions that might have been treatable. Centuries of potential medical development interrupted and forced to start over from diminished foundations. The recognition that we're still searching for solutions that might have been in our hands 700 years ago if different choices had been made. From those hidden laboratories in medieval Paris to the flames that consumed so much knowledge. From economic fears and knowledge monopolies to cosmological crises that demanded suppression. From the symbolic preservation that obscured as it protected to chemistry's resurrection of what it pretended to replace. The journey has revealed both what survived and what was lost. Some alchemical knowledge endured, transformed, renamed, incorporated into chemistry, while its origins were obscured. Practical techniques preserved in craft guilds, symbolic languages, maintaining fragments of meaning. The experimental approach that would eventually triumph in scientific method. But some knowledge was destroyed too completely for recovery. Manuscripts burned, techniques forgotten, theoretical frameworks interrupted before they could develop. Medical knowledge lost that might have saved countless lives. The suppression of medieval alchemy didn't just delay progress. It altered the trajectory of human understanding, eliminated possibilities we can barely glimpse in surviving fragments. and destroyed knowledge whose loss we still feel without fully recognizing what we're missing. What medieval alchemists discovered in their smoke-filled laboratories, what they understood about transformation and matter, what cures they might have developed. Some of this survived into modernity, some of it didn't, and we'll never know the full extent of what was lost when the church decided that some knowledge was too dangerous to allow. The flames consumed more than manuscripts. They consumed possibilities,